So we have Phil Tatro, who's here from UNH Franklin Pierce School of Law. He's a rising 3L. Phil, stand up. There you go. Embarrass you. He's from Alton Bay. And then I've got Evan Nicholas from Dickinson College. He's a rising sophomore from Stratham. And we have Renee LeBlanc from College of Charleston. She's a rising senior from Nashua. Olivia Selleck from Bucknell University, a rising junior from Bow. Anna Haas from UNH Franklin Pierce School of Law, a rising 2L from Londonderry. Amy Trinstead from the University of New Hampshire, a rising senior from Rye. And William Brochu, who is going to start Trinity College in the fall. And he also interned with me last summer. He's from Concord, New Hampshire. Counselor Leo, help you.
Thank you. I'd also love to introduce my
Please
intern,
do.
if that would be okay then. My summer intern is Iris Lamoureux, who is a rising senior.
That's okay.
Next, I'd like to introduce Fiona Tierney of Summersworth, who is a sophomore at Catholic University.
Thank you, Governor. I'd like to introduce Ellie Rosen from Londonderry, who's a junior going into her senior year at Trinity College for my daughter.
Counselor Stevens.
And I'd like to introduce David McNally, who started as an intern and is now a full-time staffer.
All right. Any further? Well, it's exciting to see these young people here and helping us do a good job today. We've got a long agenda. So I would like to welcome you to the June 17th Governor and Executive Council meeting. Before we start, for those of you who have not done so already, please silence your electronic devices. And we will begin this meeting with a prayer from Counselor Stevens.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Today, we will honor 14 heroic healthcare leaders who have dedicated their lives to caring for others. Their compassion, strength, and commitment reflect the very best of the nursing and healthcare profession. We especially recognize those who serve survivors through programs like the Sexual Assault Nurse Examiner Program, providing comfort, dignity, and critical care during some of the most difficult moments a person can face. Please join me as I offer this prayer in support of these extraordinary healthcare providers and all those who serve with compassion and courage. In your wisdom, you have called upon the noblest hearts to serve in the alleviation of suffering and the restoration of health. Among those chosen, nurses stand on the front lines, warriors cloaked in scrubs, armed with gentleness and fierce compassion. In the tempest of their duties, amidst the storms of disease and despair, we pray for your hedge of protection around you. Breathe upon them, O divine healer, waves of tranquility amidst chaos, as they mend the broken. May they themselves not fray. Shield them from the unseen dangers that prowl in shadows, and fortify their hearts with courage unyielding. Let your presence be their constant companion, dispelling fear and instilling peace. Grant them, O Lord, a sanctuary within, where no external tumult can unsettle their spirits. May their hands be extensions of your healing touch, and their words echoes of your comfort, as they pour out themselves in service. Replenish their strength and vitality. We ask this in humble recognition of the sacrifice and dedication of these amazing nurses who are here with us today and across the state. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Counselor. And Kaylee Diane is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under
whereas dedicated registered nurses of New Hampshire serve as sexual assault nurse examiners, SANE nurses, provide specialized, compassionate, and trauma-informed care to survivors of sexual assault, supporting patients during some of the most difficult and vulnerable moments of their lives. And whereas SANE nurses play a critical role in treating the physical and psychological effects of trauma by delivering care that is both clinically excellent and deeply compassionate, ensuring survivors are treated with dignity, respect, and understanding. And whereas in addition to providing medical care, SANE nurses are specially trained to conduct forensic examinations and collect evidence in accordance with the highest professional standards, helping preserve the integrity of information that may later be used within the legal system. Whereas New Hampshire sexual assault nurse examiners complete rigorous education, clinical training, and ongoing professional requirements established by the New Hampshire Office of the Attorney General Sexual Assault Nurse Examiner Program, maintaining the expertise necessary to serve patients and provide professional testimony when called upon in judicial proceedings. And whereas through their commitment to patient care, public safety, and the pursuit of justice, New Hampshire sexual assault nurse examiners exemplify the highest ideals of the nursing profession and make an immeasurable difference in the lives of survivors, their families, and communities throughout the Granite State. Now therefore, I, Kelly Ayotte, Governor of the State of New Hampshire, do hereby commend the New Hampshire sexual assault nurse examiners for their exceptional service, professionalism, and compassion, and extend the gratitude of the State of New Hampshire for their vital contributions to healthcare, survivor advocacy, and the administration of justice. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Counselor Stevens. What an honor and privilege. These women behind us, they're nurses, physicians, nurse practitioners, and they're incredible. We are lucky to have them. They're caring, kind, compassionate, and fierce in their care. So thank you all for being here, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Many of you worked last night. We were discussing the application of touch DNA sampling, something we've been pushing forward with the Department of Safety. We know that you're going 24/7, and you provided 250 sexual assault evidence kits. Those were collected by the SANE last year. You are our heroes. You're in the field. You're on the front lines taking care of our most vulnerable in their most difficult of times. And I would love for each of you just to say, you've traveled far and wide, just who you are and where you practice.
Hi, my name is Anna Frecker. I'm a nurse at Spear Memorial Emergency Room, as well as I work with the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence.
Shuri Sershval from Memorial Hospital in North Conway, New Hampshire, and I am a nurse practitioner.
Allison McConville, I'm a SANE RN at Dartmouth, Hitchcock, and Lebanon.
I'm Bianca Magnell. I'm a nurse at New London Hospital ER. Sarah Stone, I'm an ER nurse at Concord Hospital, Laconia, Franklin.
I'm Allison Gray. I'm an ER educator for Concord Hospital, Laconia, and Franklin. Kathy Collier, I work for Dartmouth Hitchcock. I work for the Child Advocacy and Protection Program, and the same as Hitchcock.
I'm Jamie Tandy. I'm a sexual assault nurse at Dartmouth Hospital.
I'm Lynn Shabbat. I'm a sexual assault nurse at Wilmer Douglas Hospital.
I'm Jackie Valletta. I'm the program manager for the forensic nurse team at Dartmouth Hitchcock, Lebanon.
Dr. Elizabeth Karagoji for Southern New Hampshire Medical Center. Andrea Murray, I'm a SANE nurse at Elliott in Manchester,
For nearly 4 years, Brent Frazier has served as Director of Community-Based Military Programs, leading efforts to deliver high-quality services to New Hampshire veterans, service members, and their families through collaboration and partnership with military and civilian organizations across the Granite State. And whereas a lifelong Granite Stater and graduate of the University of New Hampshire, Brent was commissioned as a second lieutenant following his graduation and went on to serve honorably in the United States Army for more than 25 years, building a distinguished career of leadership and service to our nation. And whereas throughout his military service, including deployment overseas with the 101st Airborne Division, Brent provided critical leadership in support of security, stability, and military-civilian coordination efforts, while earning the respect of those he served alongside with through his professionalism, judgment, and commitment to mission success. And whereas following his retirement from active military service in 2015, Brent continued serving the nation through both the private sector and the Department of Army civilian workforce, including leadership roles within the United States Army Space and Missile Defense Command, where he helped guide the development of critical capabilities supporting the future needs of the American warfighter. And whereas Brent's career has been marked by exceptional service and achievement reflected in numerous military and civilian honors, including the Legion of Merit, Bronze Star, Defense Meritorious Service Medal, Superior Civilian Service Medal, and Meritorious Civilian Service Medal, while his leadership and dedication have strengthened both the military community and the state of New Hampshire. Now, therefore, I, Kelly Ayotte, Governor of the state of New Hampshire, do hereby commend Brent Frazier for his distinguished military and civilian service, his leadership on behalf of New Hampshire's veterans and military families, and his enduring commitment to the people of the Granite State.
Hey, so real quick, Brent's a really quiet guy, but think of it like this: a homegrown talent, UNH Army ROTC, goes away 25 years, serves on active duty, deploys, comes back home after a stint in Virginia working for the federal government. Why it matters. 2019, the legislature codified us into the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. We have 3 huge divisions of veteran services. Brent chairs one of them, community-based military programs, which is really our outreach division. So everyone knows here, military leadership team, any acronym or thing that we have created that touches veterans, it is this guy behind the curtain. He's the one who pulls the strings. He's the one who gets us all together. He's the one who moves us in the same direction when you're like trying to herd stray dogs and say, okay, we gotta go this way. It is this guy behind the curtain who's done it. It's been in the role about 3+ years, I think. It was the second one we've ever had because it was a 2-person division that came over from HHS about 7 years ago. We've grown the division to about 7 or 8 people, and he's one behind the curtain, and we are indebted to you for what you've done on behalf of the 81,000 veterans in the state of New Hampshire. So thank you.
You can't leave Brent because we need a picture with the council. You know how this goes.
And then after we do the council, I'd like the governor, the general, and the preacher to finish. Three, two, one. Everyone. I should have started that way, right?
And last but not least, I have a final commendation for Dr. Mark Rubenstein, who is the chancellor of our community college system. And I can tell you, when I was elected governor of the state of New Hampshire during the transition, and I got to sit down with Dr. Rubenstein, I didn't really know him too much before that, and had the opportunity to work with him. I was so impressed with his leadership, his really quiet humility, he digs into issues and gets things done. And our community college system is ranked among the best in the nation. And we've had such a tremendous leader. I will tell you, when Dr. Rubenstein told me that he was retiring, I was like wanted to cry. But he has been such an amazing leader of our community college system. Just even if you think about the things we're working on, workforce development, the expansion of dual and concurrent enrollment for our high school students, really holding the line to make education affordable for the people of New Hampshire, not only our young people, but those who are re-credentialing in the workforce. So I am honored to read this commendation. So please, Dr. Rubenstein, you have to come forward. I know you don't like this part. So that we can recognize you. And we know where to find you, by the way. Oh, yeah. You showed me the picture is what he showed me when he told me he was retiring of his grandchild. So, I understand that. That's a big draw. That makes sense. Whereas Dr. Mark Rubenstein has devoted his career to advancing higher education in New Hampshire and currently serves as the 6th Chancellor of the Community College System of New Hampshire, following distinguished leadership roles in academic support programs, student affairs, and public safety at the University of New Hampshire. And whereas under Dr. Rubenstein's leadership, the Community College System of New Hampshire has strengthened its reputation for academic excellence, workforce development, and student success, earning recognition as one of the top community college systems in the nation, being named New Hampshire's 2026 Business of the Year as well. And whereas Dr. Rubenstein has championed high-quality academic programs that align with the evolving needs of New Hampshire's workforce, while advancing the community college system's mission of affordability, accessibility, and opportunity for students across the Granite State. And whereas throughout his tenure, the community college system of New Hampshire has served as a vital partner to the state, including its designation as one of New Hampshire's rural health transformation program hubs, helping expand the healthcare workforce and improve access to quality care in communities throughout the state. And whereas Dr. Rubenstein's vision and leadership have positioned the community college system of New Hampshire as a national leader in affordable higher education, creating pathways to meaningful careers and strengthening New Hampshire's economy for generations to come. Now therefore, I, Kelly Ayotte, Governor of the state of New Hampshire, do hereby commend Dr. Mark Rubenstein for his distinguished service to higher education and workforce development in New Hampshire, and extend sincere gratitude for his leadership, dedication, and lasting contributions to the community college system of New Hampshire and the people of the Granite State.
Thank you very much, Governor Ayotte. You've touched on most of the things I would have said, and perhaps more eloquently than I would have. Been fortunate for the opportunity to be in front of this group several times in the last several months. Council was good enough to approve our role as one of the contributors to the state's Go North initiative, transforming rural healthcare. But we've also been here, as you recognize, our work at early college, and more broadly the work the community college system has done. And in every instance, what I shared is that this is a team effort, and half the team is with me today. I'm grateful for that. But across the state, from Hinsdale to Hampton, from Pelham to Pittsburgh, we serve students across their life cycles, trying to align opportunities that the state needs fulfilled with the talent and ambitions of students throughout New Hampshire. Grateful in particular for colleagues who dedicate their career to serving those students, but grateful for the state's support for our work. The investments that you have made in early college, in our workforce credentialing program, our early childhood education have all been building blocks that allow us to do important things that the state needs done. And we're grateful, and I am sure that work and that partnership will continue for the mutual benefit of all New Hampshire residents. So thank you
June 3rd council meeting.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Next, from the Office of the Secretary of State, we have the list of civil commissions. Can I please have a motion to confirm the list of civil commissions?
So moved.
Second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Are there any to be added to the list of civil commissions? Hearing none, that matter is concluded, and we'll move on to resignations. As the Director of the Division of Community-Based Military Programs of the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, can I please have a motion to accept the resignation of Brent Frazier of Sandwich?
So moved.
Second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. And now we'll move on to confirmations. Can I please have a motion to confirm Timothy M. Booty of Barrington as the Director of Operations of the Division at the New Hampshire Department of Transportation?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Councilor Leo Hill.
Thank you very much. I had a very good conversation with Mr. Booty, and I am pleased to support this nomination. He brings an extraordinary amount of experience, really having spent most of his career at DOT, and I'm also happy the state employees are also very pleased with this nomination as well. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the confirmation of Timothy Booty signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Janice Oscar of Tilton to the New Hampshire Veterans Home Board of Managers?
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Diane P. Fitzpatrick of Manchester, the Community College System of New Hampshire?
So moved.
Any discussion?
Governor, I want to compliment you for this nomination. I was with Diane yesterday in Manchester on the west side of the Mark Stebbins Community Service Center, and such a wonderful addition. Boys and Girls Club are going to be there as well. She brings so much from an asset in terms of her giving back to the community in the greater Manchester area and the Boys and Girls Club statewide. So I want to thank you for this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? It's amazing what she does at the Boys and Girls Club of Manchester. I'm glad she's willing to do this as well. All in favor of this nomination signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Greg Jordan of Stratford to the Board of Foresters?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Can I please have a motion to confirm Shannon A. Moynihan of Northampton to the Board of Veterinary Medicine?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Counselor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. Dr. Moynihan is a dedicated per diem veterinarian serving across 3 practices, including 2 in Portsmouth and 1 in Stratham, where she provides both emergency and urgent care, as well as general practice services. She currently serves as an emergency veterinarian at Port City Veterinary Referral Hospital, a relief urgent care veterinary practice, and a relief general practice veterinarian in Hampton Falls. Dr. Moynihan is a committed professional whose clinical experience, academic excellence, and broad experience across emergency, urgent, and general veterinary care reflect her strong dedication to animal health and to the veterinary profession in New Hampshire. Great choice, Governor.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Up next, we move to nominations. As Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services, I nominate Robert Scott of Bow. To the Personnel Appeals Board, I nominate Sean Gill of Derry. To the Business Finance Authority, I nominate Jamie Conley of Concord. To the Business Finance Authority, I nominate Stacy Donlin of Derry. To the Business Finance Authority, I nominate Bruce R. Burns of Hopkinton. To the Board of Veterinary Medicine, I nominate Katie Sutter of Claremont. To the Adult Parole Board, I nominate Christopher H. Pingree of Bow. And to the Board of Foresters, I nominate Jeffrey M. Snitkin of Newbury. That concludes the list of nominations for today's meeting. Moving on, I ask for a motion to adopt the consent calendar agenda.
So moved.
Any items you would like to have removed from the agenda? Yes.
2C.
2C. Okay, 2C I have other items. Counselor Stephen?
1O and 2D.
Did you say, oh, I'm sorry, 1O?
O
Okay.
and 2D.
1O and 2D. Okay, yes. Counselor Leopold?
Thank you. 5B through F.
5E through F?
B, sorry, B like boy.
B is in boys, okay, through F. Okay. Counselor Steve?
Thank you, Governor. 3A.
Any further removals? Counselor King?
Thank you, Governor. Just keep that contract.
I think you're looking at 3D,
3B.
3D for like that one.
Yes.
3B, reasonable. Okay, got it.
Sorry for the delay.
So 3B as in, did I get that right? That's Leo Hill's findings.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right. So let me just make sure I get this correct. So jump in if I missed anything here. So I would ask for a vote to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 1O, item 2C, item 2D, item 3A and B, and then 5B, C, D, E, and F. Did I miss anyone? Okay, so I would ask for approval for all the remaining items except for the ones I just identified.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, those items pass, and we will now move on to item 1O. Is there a motion and a second on 1O?
So moved.
Second. Okay, this is from the Department of Health and Human Services. Any discussion of this item? Commissioner?
Good morning, Lori Weaver, Commissioner, Health and Human Services.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Governor. This is asking for contribution into the Juvenile Justice Administration Council. And when I was reading this, Commissioner, I was struck by the second, on page 2, the second bullet that talks about national benchmarking. So I want to ask my questions around that. I'm reading from there, and this, if we continue, this is the 6th year, or we've been involved in 6 years, so if we continue this association, your statement is that it allows the Sununu Youth Center leadership to evaluate where New Hampshire stands relative to other state systems, identify areas of required focus attention, and set measurable improvement goals rather than on real benchmarks. So my first question is, within the last 6 years, and especially what we're hearing today about the Sununu Youth Center allegations and issues going on, over the last 6 years, including up to today, where does New Hampshire stand, Student Youth Center, as far as other state best practices?
Thank you, Marie Noonan, DCYF Director. Thank you for your question. So we do share data regarding numbers of kids in our facility. We look at information around our PREA ratios to ensure that they align with other states' PREA ratios, which is a 1 to 8 youth to staff ratio. I don't have the other data specifically in front of me, but I'd be happy to provide that if that would be helpful.
Would you be able to provide to me all of the data in the last 6 years we've been members, and you're asking us to approve continued membership? What data have you relied on in terms of national benchmarks to position where we are in New Hampshire, and what decisions have been made by leadership to follow those benchmark data and to inform the governor or the governing council over the last 6 years?
I can do that.
The next question, number 7 says, the membership in this association is required to receive technical assistance support from the association. It's required to receive technical assistance. What in the last 6 years, in terms of technical assistance, has the state of New Hampshire used by this association?
In particular, we have received consultation regarding PREA. The National PREA Resource Center was defunded, and we were able to receive on-site assistance to ensure that we would be in compliance with our prior PREA audits.
And has any technical assistance been asked or received regarding, for example, restraints for youth?
Yes, so we do reach out to consult. They have a listserv, and so we're able to obtain information from other states. We recently, in approximately 2024, were evaluating our restraint model, and we sought information from CJJA around other types of models. Even more recently, I have reached out in the past couple of months to ask information from CJJA about their ability to come on site and to provide us an assessment. And I also asked questions about other kinds of models that are being used nationally. So that's the kind of support and assistance that we receive from CJJA.
Has any of the assistance been used related to trauma-informed care?
Yes. So the model that we are rolling out, which is called Target for our clinicians and T-Care for our milieu staff, comes from our relationship with CJJA. Both our clinician, the Associate Bureau Chief and Bureau Chief of SYSC continue to participate in meetings, can email with questions at any point. Training is available for what they call directors or deputy directors, so bureau chiefs and associate bureau chiefs of facilities across the country. And that networking opportunity is the way that we stay informed about what's happening with our peers nationally.
And then my request would be for information that they've given you regarding trauma-informed care and any technical assistance to be included in my request.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Hearing none, all in favor of 1-0 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. Could I please have a motion and a second on 2C as in cat? So moved.
Second.
Any discussion of this item? Commissioner?
Good morning, Governor, councilors. For the record, Adam Crapo from the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
Is there any questions about this item? Okay. Well then,
Well, it's up there, and I asked him a couple of questions.
it's related to this item. It's not related to this item, let's wait.
Okay.
Thank you. A question.
Commissioner, can you please tell us what we will be doing? How are we going to be recognizing New Hampshire at the Great State Fair that's happening in DC?
Yes, yeah, I'm very
Now
excited
that's a
doing
great
that.
question.
Yes, thank you, great question. I'm very excited about this event. It's a 16-day event down on the National Mall, and New Hampshire is participating. DNCR and Travel and Tourism led the charge to make sure that we have a good presence down there. We are, the item in front of you, we are accepting a little under 2,000 bottles of maple syrup to hand out at that event, New Hampshire maple syrup. And we have many different exhibits, including an exhibit about Mount Washington, an exhibit about our arts and our library and those things. We also have an exhibit about our state parks. And we are recognizing, obviously, New Hampshire's unique role in the American Revolution and the signing of the Declaration. So I think we have a pretty good, broad exhibit, if you will, and we're going to have a presence down there. We will have several staff traveling down over the 16 days to show people what New Hampshire's all about. And as I understand it, it's around 1 to 2 million people that will be kind of going through that. It's like a World Fair type of exhibit. So super excited about it.
I think you're going to go through the maple syrup very quickly. Will you be also highlighting and celebrating our First in the Nation primary?
That's correct. We have the Secretary of State. They are preparing an exhibit. We are recognizing and showcasing our role in the nation's primary system. And we're excited to showcase that.
Well, we are first in the nation on a lot of things, and I'm glad that we will have a presence there so that the 1 to 2 million people who will be visiting will be able to have a chance to see what makes our state so great.
I think also we all participated in the video.
Yes, we did.
That is, I think, going to be shown.
That'll be on loop
down
there.
On
Yeah.
loop, on the nation's capital as well. So you'll all have a role in this. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
If there are no further discussion, all in favor of item 2C signify by saying aye.
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 The item carries. Can I have a motion and a second on item 2D? So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Counselor Stevens.
Good morning. Kim McKay, Commandant of New Hampshire Veterans Home, with Mayor Paul Lloyd, Chairman of the Board of Managers, and Susan Glover, our CFO.
Thank you, Commandant. I just, usually when you receive donations at the Veterans Home, first of all, I want to thank you all for your service. And
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to being up there with Councilor Kinney for the event on the 7th, I believe.
July 7th, if I can do a little plug, right?
Yes.
July 7th, we'll be having a lawn party to celebrate the 250th birthday of our country.
Thank you.
Where you're at.
Wear your red, that's right.
When you look at donations, I really appreciate how you lay out the spreadsheet. And just one thing that stuck out with me was, there's some of us, average $100, $500, and a lot of people donate to the veterans' causes at the home. But then I saw one that was $174,000.
Yes,
And it was from the estate of Robert Lee Bishop.
yes.
And I just thought that we need to mention his name here, and something needs to stand out for that contribution. Can you tell me a little about that?
Yes, so I have never met this gentleman. We were contacted by his attorney after he passed. He left a large sum to our facility as well as another veterans facility or agency. His attorney basically told us that when he was making his estate plan, he asked him what was important to him, and he said veterans, and he said, what would you like to do? And he decided to bequeath a percentage of his estate to us. And so we have already received some of that early on, and then this was the rest of it all being settled. So when we get those big donations, we go to the board of managers as well as the residents and say, what's really important here? What would you like to see happen with some of those funds? And that's how we've added actually another estate paid for our walking path around the pond. I think the pond is going to be the focus again. They would like some more fishing areas where they can have their poles and be safe out there. So we're opening that to the veterans, though. It's their home, so we ask them to tell us what improvements would you like to see. But this gentleman's kindness will last on forever with our veterans.
Thank you, and I appreciate you recognizing him.
Thank you.
As a state.
Counselor
Yes, sir.
Kenny.
Yeah, very good on suspension. I was reading a little bit about this fire and the state story. But an extraordinary American who lived kind of a quiet life, but a leadership life, leads certainly in the state. And just very unassuming by awesome people. Do you get fishing legal to stock your pond?
We sure do. I'm looking over at Stephanie and her team. So prior, we were stocking with just trout, but our pond is very shallow. So we were seeing by the middle of the summer, our trout were not surviving, but the geese and the blue heron were very happy. And so were the turtles. So we worked with them last year to say what fish are best to live in our pond. And they introduced bass to our pond, and they helped us really plan out the winter, how to help them survive with something, I may make this, call it something wrong, fishing ladders, but basically underwater where they can hide. And we were happy to see that we had juveniles this spring, so they made it through. So they do stock our pond. We did have a wonderful fishing derby with the Elks, Franklin Elks, 2 weekends ago, and they also have them stocked with trout. So we have some trout there right now, but we also have some bass.
Well, with the LinkedIn fishing, I think down the road, you should never be bored of these fishing in the future.
That's right. That's right. Thank you.
Any further questions from the commandant? Hearing none, all in favor of item 2D signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's 2D as in dog. We already did 2C, but that's fair. Was it fair? Did I get that? We just did 2C, sorry. Yeah, that was 250. Down on the mall. With the Sarah. Yeah, no problem. Well, no problem. So we'll note that as record. You got it. He produces great syrup, right, on his farm, I get it, so. Okay, so can I have a motion and a second on item 3A? So moved.
Second.
Any discussion this item? Counselor Stevens?
Thank you. For the record, Jerry Pop, Chairman, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the great work that you and your team have put into the 2025 Deferred Compensation Plan. The annual report for 2025 is exemplary.
Thank you.
9,100 participant accounts at this point. There's a 14% year-over-year increase in plan assets with a 5-year increase of $181 million, reaching $631 million.
And growing.
That's awesome. Your goal of broadening participation by engaging political subdivisions is proving successful. One of my municipalities, the town of Salem, is on board, the town of Brookline, and the Elship program. So well done. But I'm also very excited to see a contract before the council today. So just keep up the great work.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Russell. And we're getting, Hudson just joined us too. We're adding that, the political subdivision. Anything you folks can do to keep promoting this is better for us, better for the participants. We appreciate it.
So I just have a question. So I noticed there are other groups, nonprofit groups that help it, that are participating. Can you explain a little bit about how they got to participate? You know, you kind of grow nonprofit participation.
We're trying to grow, that's a governmental agency, so that's why it qualifies more than just any regular nonprofits that are out there. Those aren't part of the statute right now. We are looking in with the Commissioner of Education on looking at charter schools. Excuse me. Charter schools. And so we're seeing if they can, because they don't necessarily have a benefit package like state employees do. So they have a retirement system that we're looking to explore, we can add them to the list of participants as well. So that will enhance their ability to provide benefits for their future. So we're looking at overturning every rock to try to keep the broad nature of this deferred comp plan within the scope of the statute, obviously, to make it work and function for all participants. And it's working pretty well. We've really reached out to those political subdivisions, and that's where our growth there is.
Yeah, so I just want to echo what Council Stevens said. Congratulations on all the great work you've done for us.
There was an unfortunate misunderstanding. I think that communication wasn't made appropriately at that time, but we've got good governance going now. We've got active commission, and we're really reaching out to all these local subdivisions and our existing state agencies to enhance their ability to provide the third leg of that retirement school, which is our preferred complement. So we're hopeful. Keep promoting. We appreciate all your efforts too. Anything you can do to your subdivision, just let them know, school districts, your towns, and we can help you with that. If you have any interest, let ourselves in. Honestly, Brad, the addition of Erin here, our executive director, she's magnificent and really come up propelling a lot of this, and we're working together. She's made all the difference in the world, and she's a great help.
Terry, I want to thank you too for your leadership on this. Really took the bull by the horns on this. We've got it in a great place. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Erin. All in favor of item 3A signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Could I have a motion and a second on item 2B?
So moved.
Any discussion?
Wait, 3B.
I'm sorry, 3B. 3 is
I move that. Or-
Second.
And Counselor Kenny, this is the one you wanted to ask. Yes, thank you.
Executive Director. Good morning, Bonnie. Good morning. We don't see enough of you, so that's why I want to see you. Thank you. So this one's a very good, kind of keep it popular, if you will. West Central Behavioral Health. I think they're going to be retrofitting a building in Fremont. And it's going to improve West Central Behavioral Health Services long term. The questions I have was, what is the breakdown of the $16.9 million? How is it going to be used? I understand there's some refinancing going on.
There is.
The previous debt, but I didn't really see the specifics of how that money is going to be used.
No, I don't have that off the top of my head, but it's information that I can get for you and send to you. If you like, they're renovating, that building, it's going to be a lot, there's tear down and then the rebuild. Have you seen any models of it at all? This is what it finished, will look like. And this is what they're currently working with. So they're, this original one is renovated, tear down the rest of it and rebuild.
As you know, when you're deeply, we did have a lot of questions, and I wasn't able to attend some of these, apparently I'm close to it, but, with Medicaid, dollars, less of the dollars coming in to support these type of healthcare efforts, was there any discussion about that?
There was, but with the consolidation, there used to be a lot of different buildings, but consolidating to this one location, there has been savings in it, and that'll help with the payment for the cost of the new project. And I believe that they just recently certified where they will receive an increase in their Medicaid payments from the building.
And is the West Central Behavioral Health, is that a certified mental health center? So therefore, it needs to be eligible for mental health. That makes sense. And my last question is the state quarter in revenue now, is it going to be all Fremont to be that quarter?
That's correct. I mean, I think it's a good move. I think right now about 34% of their funds come from the Fremont area, and another 5% from Newport. So I think consolidating using to Fremont would be a really good deal. And it's going to be a great location, and it's exciting when I look at the design of that program, that the people going to the services are going to have a beautiful facility to come and take care of.
Great. Well, thank you. That's up there. Any questions?
Counselor Leo Hill?
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for taking this off the consent calendar so we could highlight it. This is a really wonderful project that is actually going to help West Central save money over the long run, which is going to help it pay they're really talking about having it be an integrated health center so that there could be not just mental health and behavioral health, but primary health care potentially in the future as well. So really treating the whole individual to need those services. It's also a great downtown revitalization project for downtown Claremont, right there on Broad Street, and it's just really going to be a gem when it's done. And the savings are going to help ensure the ongoing sustainability of this institution. They're going to keep clinical space in Lebanon, but they're paying a premium of a lease right now. So I'm sad to see them leave my city, but I also recognize that building this facility is going to improve their ability to deliver care to their clients, and also save money and be sustainable over the long run. So very excited. I suggested that they invite all of us to the groundbreaking, and I look forward to that.
Councilor Stevens.
I just want to give you a shout out and a thank you for the great work you've been doing on the Seacoast. As you know, Gather has been a hit. You stepped up and assisted them, and now we have one of the largest food distribution pantries on the Seacoast. It's a huge success story. And we'll be seeing you soon to discuss Haven, the domestic violence center. So word is out on the Seacoast. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Hearing none, all in favor of item 3B, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. May I have a motion and a second on item 5B?
Would you like to do 5B through M all together? They're all.
Okay, so may I have a motion and a second on items 5B through F as in Frank?
So moved.
Discussion of these items.
Is Miles our new commissioner or something?
Miles is, he's somehow duct taping, he's like MacGyver, he's duct taping the podium.
Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you. I support these contracts wholeheartedly. Always very glad to see anything that we can do to help people lower their costs. I wanted to ask you if you could talk about why it seems like these funds were originally approved in '24, I think it was, and then amended, they were originally approved, I think, in '22, actually, and then amended '24, amended '25. Now we're amending it to go for the period to extend to '29. Can you talk about why it seems like this is money that people could use now, or they could have used, before? Why does this keep getting pushed out?
So the federal government continues to provide these extensions. I'll let Josh come up in case I missed something, but we're spending the money, we have been since day one. And there are certain tranches that have been released by the federal government, so we will spend those, and then they'll release another tranche to us. And we've been working through that process, but when we make changes, whether there are adjustments in guidance, and we have to amend the contract, we come for you. So we're spending those dollars, and we'll be now through 2029.
So these are dollars that we were not able to spend for some period of time because we were waiting for changes in federal guidance. Is that right? They were sort of put on pause when the new administration came in and they wanted to issue new guidance. Am I recalling that correctly?
I'll have Josh come up, but that's not exactly how it went, but I think Josh gave the details.
Good morning, Governor, members of the council, Josh Elliott, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Energy. To answer your question, the way that USDOE structured this grant was originally supposed to be a term of 5 years, and once certain benchmarks were met, they would release additional funds. So we didn't get the full $18.2 million up front. We had to meet certain goals throughout that process. So the last amendment you see, we have reached the point where they released the remaining 50% of the funds. So even though the dollar amount, I'll use Belmont Merrimack, for example, it says $2.1 million, they do not have $2.1 million. That's over the course of now 7 years to spend all that money. That number is not actually 2.1 right now because they have spent money since 2021.
Are we doing everything that we can to get this money out to people as quickly as possible? That's the most important thing to me. And I just want to make sure that we are doing everything in our power.
Counselor, our team is working very hard every day to make sure that, in conjunction with our subcontract community activists, funds. That's very important. As you all know, we have a very low housing stock in the state, and this is critically important funding to low-income households to make sure they can save money on their energy bills. So, top priority for us, working very hard to make sure these funds get out the door. It's a federal program. There are requirements we have to meet, and we work very hard to make sure we can meet that in the time away.
And I would just add that in comparison to the other states who are managing this program, New Hampshire is in one of the top 10.
Great, thank you very much.
Any further questions for the commissioner? Hearing none, then all in favor of items 5B through F signify by saying aye.
Five B through F.
Right, 5B, so I said B.
You can't hear the one.
Oh, 5B, as the boy, move 5, that is Frank.
Aye.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Yeah, it's carried. Moving on to the regular agenda, I ask for a motion to adopt late item F from the Governor's Office of New Opportunities and Rural Transformation Health. So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Please introduce yourself to the record.
I have to get used to the routine, I suppose. Good morning, Governor and members of the Executive Council. I'm John Rigoso, and I serve as the Director of Fillmore.
Great, thank you very much. This is the first time I think we've been to the council, at least in a little while. Can you give us a quick update on the, we had the press release, we learned that we just received the first, we were approved for the full amount for the first year. Can you just talk a little bit more about that, and then where we're at in how things are going?
Sure. Thank you. It is actually a very big deal that we're one of the first states to be considered obligated by CMS. I'm trying to find out if we were first or second, but we're in that place, which is pretty great, particularly because we're not even fully staffed yet and ready to go. And a fair amount of the reason that happened is because of the work that we've done collectively with DHHS's approach to the hub model and the council's approval of that. It allowed us to move the ball forward more quickly. We are still staffing up. So last time I was here was last quarter, so I was here in March. Will North was here in March. We have now organized hub meetings on a regular basis for collaboration amongst the hubs so they can support each other. We've streamlined our reporting documents for templates and program reporting and financial reporting. We're on track for new RFPs to be coming out, some from each of the hubs. We're working with them to develop their RFPs. This RFP that's before you today, this contract, we made it all happen within a 65-day period, which is pretty great because it's a very extensive contract. It's one of the ones that I know that the council, particularly Councilor Stephen, was asking for in the beginning, how soon can we get the evaluator contract out? So we're pleased that that's here today. And so far so good. We're on track and ready to go.
And we were told that one of the things that's a little different about the Rural Health Transformation Funds is that there is this component where if we're not performing as well as we should, that those funds can actually we could potentially lose funds. And so, as I understand it, this evaluator contract is important because this is how we're going to be able to demonstrate to CMS, to the federal government, that we are meeting our performance standards and that we deserve to hold on to all of the money that we are eligible for. Is that correct?
That's absolutely true, Councilor. And our first report is due to them in the beginning of August, and it's through the period of the end of July. And so we really need to get the evaluator on board so that we can meet those obligations. But yes, this is critical to help us and the hubs and to be able to keep an eye on what's happening. And I'd like to say that you can't manage what you can't measure. And so with this help, we can do that.
Well, you're a former mayor, so you know about good management. And am I correct in understanding that that $200 million that we're fully obligated, does that mean we can't lose those dollars? Is that what that being fully obligated means?
That's my understanding, and it also means that we have until the end of September of 2027 to spend the budget period 1 funds.
Okay, and so this evaluator is we have to demonstrate ongoing performance for the future funding period, the $200 million for next year, and the year after that, and the year after that.
Correct.
We're safe for the first year.
We are safe, right, as long as we don't really blow it, but yes.
I mean, technically, I guess if you didn't perform, they could still claw back, right? So
That's why I said.
we need to perform, we need to measure. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. And I want to echo, Governor, I really appreciate your efforts here. And nationally, I can tell you from the people that I have communicated with on the national level, New Hampshire stands out because of your leadership. And thank you, Donnelly. That obligation is really critical. And again, New Hampshire's first in the nation. So that's, Governor, a lot to your efforts. I do have questions in this contract I want to ask, and then I have some general questions because we haven't had a chance to really have a briefing with you. And so just as far as this contract is concerned, I mean, this is a very important contract. And I know that there's expediency here for us to help you and move forward. But I'm going to point out a couple things that I think are just concerns of mine, and I want to know how you address them going forward. One of them is, again, I like the difference between outputs and outcomes, because this evaluator is going to have to make sure they identify what are the outcomes. You can't just say, we're issuing money and we're putting widgets to a community. What is actually demonstrating healthcare outcomes, improving access? And that's what's important here. But what I don't see in here, and just tell me if I missed something here, the bottom line is this contract we're being asked to approve, over $20 million, basically does not have the framework for the baseline metrics of the outcomes, and gives this vendor 30 days after our approval to come back to you that you would look at and agree that these are the outcome measures, which is critically important to our state and to the effective nature of the government program. So you're asking us to approve this without those outcome baseline measures. And that's all I'm saying here. Am I correct in that?
You are correct, but we are confident that in that 30 days, working with them collectively as a team, we will make certain that we outline the very specific things that we want. I mean, this is about, we have to go from planning to successful implementation. We have to have the monitoring tools and the performance monitoring on the infrastructure to make sure that we maximize the investments so that it keeps us in the right place for future awards. Had we taken the time to delineate all of those separately before we brought a contract in there, we would have lost time that we didn't have.
Would you be willing to allow the council to look at that plan for outcome measures before you finally agree to what those measures are?
Certainly.
Okay.
That's why I sent you the RFP early, so in case there were things you wanted to make sure we put in. So I think that the council felt pretty good about how the RFP went out. I think probably pretty good. I'm feeling strong about the contract that you have before you, and I'm happy to have you weigh in on what are some of the specifics. And CMS is going to do that with us as well.
Correct.
We meet every 2 weeks with CMS.
I appreciate that affirmation. The other question I have is on the rates. And I looked at this, it's about $187 an hour average hourly rate. Some of the NORC executives are getting over $400. I understand it's a blended rate. I appreciate you outlining that in the contract. But this agreement today only basically allows for these rates to be approved up to 27. After 27 September, I believe,
Yes.
There's nothing, we're being asked to approve a 5-year contract, and we don't know what the rates are gonna be going forward. Will you also, am I correct in that?
No, actually, you're not incorrect, but let me clarify. So yes, it goes through the first budget cycle of September of '27, but we'll be back with the second amendment to this contract, just like with all of the hubs, for budget year 2, where if there are changes to the rates, you will have them in that contract for approval.
So you're affirming that any change in rate would come to the council to approve?
In your second amendment, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And the independence question is the other issue. So you're asking this evaluator to evaluate independently. That's why we wanted this evaluator to be independent. But part of the evaluation is evaluating the Go North office and your work and your staff's work. That's not entirely independent, I think, but I just want you to also affirm that when they issue a report about the performance of Go North, that the council is involved, that we're seeing those reports, because that would give that sense of independence that I would feel comfortable with.
All the reports will be public facing.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my 3 big areas. I really appreciate your work here. And the final question I have is more on the program. And you've been very helpful. And you know I have constituents in my district that have been asking me, especially Manchester, the fire chief, and Deerfield, and Candia. And some of these fire chiefs want to get together and develop innovation on EMS mobility and response. Your answer to me was, they'll have a chance, the RFP is being developed, they'll have a chance to bid. That concerns me, because they don't have a chance to actually have input on what that RFP could look like. Are they gonna have some chance to have input on what that RFP is gonna look like?
We connected with the Director of Fire Standards through Commissioner Quinn, happens to be a firefighter that used to work in the city of Nashville, so I know him really well. He has provided dates for us to be able to convene a meeting between Go North and Department of Safety and invite the guests and others that you've mentioned. That should happen in the next week or so.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
The only additional question I have on that is, I thought that was different than the RFP that's currently being worked on by the foundation dealing with EMS mobility, in that the meeting wasn't necessarily about the foundation's RFP. Am I wrong?
No, it doesn't have to be about that, but I'd like it to be open to anything that they want to share with us, things that they've learned, things that they suggest, things that they know work well. So it'll be open, and it's likely that that RFP posting won't be posted prior to the meeting.
That's what I wanted assurance on, because I think that's important to my towns.
Not a problem.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I also wanted to ask one follow-up that I think is important for the council to hear as well. In this evaluator contract, one of the things that we thought was important is that no one who would be eligible to receive this evaluator contract could be a recipient or the organization recipient. So if you could clarify, I think that's really important, because that way, that independence issue that Councilor Stephen represented, that was something we were thinking about.
Thank you, Governor. Yes, anybody that is going to receive Go North funds would not be able to partner with one of the hubs or any of their organizations that they're working with. Because again, the closest we get to the concern that you raised, Councilor Stephen, is Go North. And I think we're pretty accountable.
Councilor Leo, so Councilor Kenny, I believe, on next.
Yeah, thank you. So this lengthy contract that I was on time, pretty heavy, so I probably working in a team that put this together. This fifth document here, the governing council's own ranking warrants, and it's under Exhibit C, and I can top my attention to paragraph 4, where it talks about adjusting direct and indirect cost analysis and the price limitations between budget classes. Could you explain
No, Governor and Council is going to approve every amendment each year of the 5 years.
After the first year and a half.
After the first, no, it won't be a year and a half. We'll be here in the fall with the second amendment.
Okay. So what does that mean without government council approval?
So that we're in a position, I'm looking at, thank you, what page are you on? No, it's not there. There's some figures. Well, they can go down, but not up. So they're considered a contractor and not a subrecipient, and so their indirect rate doesn't apply. So the overall rate here is 7%. So they're not going up without governor and council approval, but if they go down, I think you'd be okay with us saying that.
Thank you. I know a lawyer.
I'm so sorry that governor and council was only mentioned how many times? One time. I'll try to do better.
At least 3 times per contract.
Thank you.
Council Leonard.
Great, thank you. And Councilor Stevens did point out that we have not had a briefing yet, and I think it certainly is my hope, and I think that the governor had indicated to me that he would be open to doing a briefing for us sometime in the next, I guess hopefully sometime this summer, because I would like to have more.
That made sense once we got, some of these things resolved, to have more information provided of how people go into the hubs and such. So yes, I do plan to hold one, going forward in the next, probably toward the end of the summer, but I haven't set it up yet. But I wanted to make sure it came at a point where we have enough information to provide you, so that it would be helpful to you.
And I would welcome that very much. I know we have a lot of business today, so I don't want to turn this into that. But I do have to say, it gives me a little pause when I hear that the city of Manchester is talking about applying for these funds. Manchester is literally the least rural part of our state. And these rural health transformation funds are targeted to rural America for a reason, because they are the most threatened for survival. And we cannot afford to not target these funds to the most rural parts of our state and fortify the most rural parts of our state. So my hackles are a little up right now, because the idea that the city of Manchester might get rural health transformation funds, when I know that I've got hospitals on the verge at Woodsville or in Littleton or at Spear and Plymouth, or Cheshire Medical Center, or Valley Regional in Claremont. I hope that we will be able to discuss this, and I really trust that we are going to be making sure that these funds are going to the most rural parts of our state.
So this I can help with, Councilor. There is no evidence that Manchester is applying, first of all. I think what the fire chief there is trying to tell us is that they provide some services outside of the Manchester area in smaller rural communities. And I think they want to share their experience with that, with us, so that it's things that we consider, some of which may be able to apply in the rural areas that you're talking about, which is why I consented to having a meeting ahead of an RFP, was because they were municipalities that have had broad experience. As far as briefing, what I've been trying to do, as you know, is send you information every time I have something that I think you should see, so that you don't necessarily see it in the press first or that sort of thing. As the governor's describing, and I had mentioned prior when I was here, that our first report to CMS is in August, that's a report that you will have access to. And so once some of that starts happening and the evaluators doing their work, and we have real information that we can share in a meaningful way, that makes the most sense.
I look forward to having a bigger briefing, and I do hope that you'll be extending the same opportunity to meet with fire chiefs in all of rural New Hampshire as well.
Well, that's why I'm partnering with the Department of Safety.
Perfect.
Yeah, they'll look broadly, and as you know, we have a Rayburn, center up there, and that's understand, of course. And I just want to let everyone know, we named the office Go North for a reason. It's important, we understand there's unique needs. But some of these areas, if you think about it, if we're thinking about emergency personnel, making sure we have feedback from everyone who works, so that when we do something in
an assurance that my ALS providers, primarily the team in Brentwood, will have a seat at the table. They led the charge in regrouping, and they're doing incredible innovative work. They've expressed interest in caring blood, which is it's uncommon at this point, but I want to make certain that my providers have a seat. I have 3 municipalities that qualify for GoNorth funding, and these are rock stars, and they deserve to be heard. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. I have heard that from you loud and clear, and I will take care of it.
Thank you.
Counselor Kenny?
Thank you, and I love the Go North title, so I know we're North and here, so it's beyond and on, so.
And there.
Yeah, so I've always said we put 80% of the funding in Forest County, or Go North for the next 5 years, which will make things happen, so. But having said that, when it comes to the cost nursing home process, what I've learned is that county government, they funds have been applied to CFA to release technical assistance fund, allow them to write an RFP, which originally the RFP wasn't necessarily required. But as we're looking at county government or healthcare facilities, at the state level, we have to understand they don't have the capacity or the knowledge to try to rely upon, healthcare projects. So, as Go North is building out its own capacity, we keep that in mind, knowing that locally that these folks need help.
Yes, Councilor, the governor and I have spoken about a way that Go North could look at allowing for some type of planning funds for municipalities in that manner to help them get the professional assistance to determine what would be eligible or what they might be able to do in their communities. So that's on my desk for some work so that I can build it out for the governor's review. And I hope to have it soon. I mean, our team is small but mighty, but there's only so much we can.
I know that the council is putting a lot of demands, but, it's our job to ask tough questions. But I don't like the phrase clawback. So I hope there's no clawback in county nursing home projects.
I don't anticipate there will be. We're doing everything we can to help them succeed. It's part of our job.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions of Director Luozo? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hearing none, all in favor of late item F signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you. And again, I'll work with all of you to plan a meeting where it makes sense of coming so we can do an even deeper dive once we have more information. With the reports to CMS and the operation of the hubs and things like that are referred to that. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 6 through 18 from the Department of Transportation.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion of these items? Councilor Leonel?
Good morning, Governor, councilors. For the record, my name is David Rodriguez, Commissioner of the Department of Transportation.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I just wanted to highlight agenda item 11, which is a contract with Recharge NH, federal funds for installation of EV charging station in North Woodstock. And I heard from White Mountains Attraction Association, they've been working closely with Recharge to bring the EV charging infrastructure to the region. White Mountains Visitor Center, they say, is an ideal location for these level 3 charging stations. And this project will help visitors charge more quickly and then continue exploring White Mountains and New Hampshire, benefiting both travelers and local businesses. So I wanted to say thank you for bringing this forward. I'm glad to see this because there are more informed people who have EVs, and they do make their plans based on where the infrastructure is. And so this is helpful to help support tourism in this part of our state. While you're here, I would love to ask you to give us an update on the rail trail situation in Andover. At the last meeting, we were hopeful that this was going to come to resolution so that we wouldn't miss more beautiful days like today for cyclists to be enjoying the rail trail. Can you please tell us where we're at and hopefully how soon we can get that rail trail back open?
Yes, so the department continues to work closely with the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office is in the process of finalizing the state's next move.
Why don't we ask Associate Attorney General Chris Bond to come forward and update us on where that process is, because I know we're all concerned about wanting to give people access to the rail trail.
Good morning. Thank you, Governor, Council. For the record, Chris Bond, Associate Attorney General. Yes, thank you for the question. The title work that was necessary as a predicate for this has been completed and worked through, and we feel very strong in our position, and we intend to file very soon an action that would include a request for a preliminary injunction to get the trail open. So we'll be moving, I can't give you a very specific time, but it'll be very soon.
Okay, so there's progress from the last meeting.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And we'll be filing in the court soon, hopefully,
In the
something
near
that would
future.
open the trail back up.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. I will keep asking about this until the trail is open.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Counselor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate the update from the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner Winters over the past few weeks and the Department of Justice. And I appreciate the all-hands-on-deck approach with the right-of-way team at the Department of Transportation. But the blockage and takeover by a rogue abutter is disconcerting. The cycling community and all rail trail enthusiasts are enraged by the lack of access to a safe exercise corridor paid for with taxpayer dollars. I'm glad to hear title work is done and we're in a strong position, but the sooner it's open, the safer it will be for all residents and visitors. Enough is enough.
Understood. Thank you. Appreciate the feedback, and I can assure you that we have the Department of Justice feels the urgency behind this.
Thank you.
Any further, Counselor Penny?
I just wanted to throw out a compliment for Commissioner Randall from my own confidence. So I acknowledge you right now. We had a storm damage event up in Madison, very severe damage, culverts, bridges, roads, anything you can imagine that got in the way of the water. DOT and emergency management, as the director of Bucks responded along with FEMA and other agencies to really help out the community, put them in a good direction. I was up there on Monday, saw a lot of people trucks up and down the roads, doing a lot of good work and repairing the roads. Our coordination with the towns is superlative, and I can say that when I was up there on Monday with the Board of Selectmen, there's a certain comfort level with the repair work that's being done, and the people up there appreciate the work of DOT, emergency management, FEMA, and everyone else who participated, particularly the subcontractors, Burke and Pullman, who've done a tremendous job up there as well. One of the concerns, obviously, is selecting this cash flow, and so that's something that they have to really work on. That is, for download repair. But I know the state, we have Venice, resources, so it was good to help out Madison and go out the state roads. But yeah, I just want to compliment your team, and the emergency management director for getting out there, really putting those folks at ease, because it was 2 or 3 years ago they had the same type of storm damage. But this, in their eyes, was actually worse. So, thank you.
You're welcome, and it is a team effort. Assistant Commissioner Clausen, Director of Operations, thank you very much. Tim Booty, who you approved today, Director Buxton, and his team were out there immediately. We're looking for solutions immediately through the weekend and still to today. So we're committed and to most important things we do. It's easy to take our transportation system for granted, but I can assure you, no matter how low volume the road, if it's interrupted by a storm damage, a culvert washout, a bridge or something, it becomes very important to everybody, and it's always important to us. So thank you for that.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to add to that. Mother Nature picked out the common Madison, specifically products, one thing, and there are other communities nearby that we had to manage. So I just think that focus on Madison was quickly done. The resources showed up. And so sometimes those rural communities get overlooked, and sometimes they don't get the attention they deserve, but they did in this case. So I appreciate that. It was 7 to 8 inches of rain within 2 hours.
That's extraordinary. That's extraordinary.
Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. In terms of agenda item number 11, will any costs associated with the ongoing operation, electricity consumption, maintenance, or future upgrades of these EV charging stations become an obligation of the state, the host location, or ratepayers?
Thank you. So there were 3 things you listed. The maintenance and certainly the electricity is the responsibility of our third-party vendor to provide. I think the other one you mentioned was a rehabilitation or?
The ratepayers.
Pardon me?
Ratepayers.
Oh, yes, the ratepayers will not be affected by this.
So as a follow-up, they're responsible for getting any sort of transformers or distribution upgrades installed as part of the process, correct?
They work with the utility companies to do that. There are certain make-ready charges that get passed on to the third-party vendor. I cannot say that there's nothing that the utility picks up. That I don't know. But that's between the utility company and the third-party provider, and I think they treat them similar to how they would any business.
Great. Thank you.
Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. Number 18, Commissioner. There's one clarifying issue I want to resolve, and then I have a couple questions. If you look at the cover letter, the amount is $1,533,000. You see that amount?
Yes, I do.
When I look at the bid, the total bid is $1,553,000. That's $20,000 difference. Those are the 2 numbers don't jive. Is the number, the less amount, 20,000, the number that controls in this contract versus their actual bid?
So I see our bid total being $1,553,000 and go ahead and fund, and you said further in the packet. You have a page?
The front page, your cover letter, there's a $20,000 discrepancy. So the very first number you raise on your requested action is asking us to approve $1,500,000.
Yes, I see. Thank you. Which is, okay, the number is $1,533,075. There was some negotiation that brought it down to that amount.
Okay. That's helpful. I just want to make sure that's on the record. And then this is a traffic data management system, and this vendor's from Michigan. The first question I'll ask you is, looking at this is not something internally your state employees can do, or you hire people to do?
Right. This is not something that we can currently do. This is a very sophisticated system, collects information from all of our traffic data counters around the state, processes that information. It includes a website that makes that information available to the public, engineers, communities, and so forth. It would be a very heavy lift for us.
What type of data are they going to be collecting?
The vehicle classification data. So that includes how many vehicles and what classification, vehicle, truck, and so forth. So they'll be collecting that.
And that information will not include driver licenses under driver privacy law, is that correct? Driver plate numbers.
Correct.
Okay. And then the other issue is, this vendor has been working for the Department of Transportation in the past.
Yes.
So I've seen about, not in this item, but through my research, is about $2.5 million of different systems we paid them to put together. Is that a different system? Because this wasn't a continuation of a contract.
I'm going to ask Assistant Commissioner Clausen to answer that.
Yes, we currently, Susan Clausen, Assistant Commissioner for the record, the current contract that we have with the vendor has expired, ended, and so we put out another RFP and went through the proper selection process, and this vendor was reselected through that process.
Was it a different scope? Or was
It was
continuation?
It is a build upon, it's a different scope. We added the old contract didn't have auto polling, we were having employees having to go to the roadside to pull the data. Now they're doing some electronic polling using our wireless system, so there are some enhancements to this.
So my only question then is, it ends up being about 2.6 million across 2015 to 31. So we're trending towards 16 to 20 years of dependence on this single vendor. And there was only one bid, and that concerns me. So can you just justify that there's others in this market that can't bid on this product of traffic safety data? And why was there only one bid, and how aggressively did you try to get other bids?
Thank you. This is very specialized work. There are a few vendors that do this across the country. We use this data to design our roads and provide information for our roads, but we also use this system to collect the metrics that Federal Highway requires us to report every year as part of the Highway Performance Monitoring System. And there's very few vendors who collect this and process that in the way that Federal Highway requires and that we need to do our work. There's nothing in this particular RFP, to my knowledge, that restricted this to a particular vendor. It's just there's very few vendors, specialized work around the country. This vendor does this for a number of other states, and they happen to be pretty good at it.
So the follow-up I have to that too, because I'm just concerned about the software, who owns the software, and we always ask that question. This particular contract, it looks like, I'm quoting from a section I saw in Exhibit D, where title right and interest, including all ownership and intellectual property rights in the software, shall remain with the contractor. So basically what we're doing is you having a limited license here for use and not owning any of this software at all. Is
For
that
this
accurate?
particular system, yes, that's my understanding. And where we used to, and certainly from my perspective, there are systems that the department has that we wanted to own the software from, and that's always been attractive to me. In this particular case, this is much more software as a service, I believe. They develop the software. What happens when we work with a company like this, all the data behind it, all these traffic counters, when we own the software and they do updates and we maybe tweaked it a little bit, those updates don't follow through. They make it very difficult. They take a lot of our resources and the vendors' resources to keep going. So we find it often much more efficient to let the vendor own the software and provide it to us as a service.
And all state data that's going to be in the system is owned by the state, correct? It has to be returned to the state when we no longer contract with this vendor?
That's correct. The data that is collected through this system, the vehicle traffic data, that belongs to us.
And has to be returned to you if there's a continuation of another vendor.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And the final issue is on the source code. What happens if there's an acquisition or the company goes bankrupt or there's issues with this company? Do we own the source code?
For this particular software, I do not believe we do own the source code. Again, it's one of those systems, and it's much more common for us today, and I could defer to DOIT to help answer as well, but it's much more common for us today not to own the source code. In my past experience, I have very much wanted to have and own that. What we found on several occasions is there's not a lot we can do with it unless we have experts who work in the system. We do have some systems where we kept the source code, and we've done very well modifying it through the years. This is not one of the systems that we have that expertise or the resources to do.
So, I mean, I don't want to prolong this, but if the commissioners here, I think Exhibit D now answers my question. And I do believe you do own the source code. And I think the provisions indicate such. Usually I see that, because I think it's the right way to go. And I think you do own the source code if there's a determination of this company, a liquidation or acquisition or some type of bankruptcy. And that's not going to depend, my vote doesn't depend on that. But in the future, please make sure that we, state and New Hampshire, own the source code when these vendors, for some reason, through acquisition or through other means, liquidation, bankruptcy, etc., leave the state, and that they don't leave with the source code. And I do believe that you've done that throughout the year, so I'm all set. I have no further questions.
Any further questions for the commissioner on items 6 through 18? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carry, and I also want to thank the commissioner as well as Director Buxton for the important work you've done in Madison and Councilor Penny as well. I know that this is very important thing for the local community. You guys are right there. Appreciate it. And your whole team. I ask for a motion to remove tabled item, which is also an 18, from the table. Just to make sure that's correct. Where are we? So I have on my agenda, just to make sure that's correct. Table item 18. Well, is that not? Oh, that's right. Yes. It just was the same one as it ended, I just want to make sure it's correct. You have a table item 18 as well.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You had left, so I was a little worried. So I asked for a motion to remove tabled item 18 from the table of the Department of Transportation.
So moved. Second.
All in favor of removing this item from the table, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is removed from the table. Is there a motion to discuss this item? So moved. Is there a second? Second. All in favor of discussion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And is there any questions for the commissioner on this table item for discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of table item 18 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The item carries. Thank you, Commissioner. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 19 through 23 from the Department of Information Technology. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried.
We don't have 21.
Okay, thank you. I ask for a motion to adopt late item A from the Department of Information Technology. So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion of late item A? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item, I'm sorry,
Abstain.
thank you. That will be noted. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 24 from the Deferred Compensation Commission.
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
The item carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 25 from the Treasury.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Councilor Leopold.
Morning, Governor, councilors. For the record, State Treasurer Monica Municipality.
Thank you so much, Treasurer. This is a really, we don't have a chance to see you all that often at our meetings, but this program in particular, the New Hampshire Savings Plan, New Hampshire College Tuition Savings Plan, is really quite remarkable. $30 billion in assets that are being managed. Can you tell us, can you just talk a little bit about why you decided to go with hiring an outside investment advisor at this time?
Thank you, Councilor. Very good question. For many years, so this plan has been in place for over 25 years. So for many years, the state, the commission, my office felt like we didn't need an investment advisor to oversee the work of the current program manager. Fidelity Investments, like everybody knows, manages a unique plan, and the Fidelity Advisor the 519 plan, which is an advisor-sold plan. So it is really, we still believe that Fidelity is doing a really good job growing the plan, increasing assets, promoting the plan, increasing the number of accounts, and the program itself continues to benefit investors and families who are saving for education. It is really how this plan and the industry has evolved, and we are evaluated every year by Morningstar. Morningstar says to investors, participants, investors, you should really pay attention to who you choose, and you should always choose a plan who has strong governance, that follows best practices, that various characteristics that plans should have. So Morningstar is looking really closely at state sponsored plans. So looking at our current structure of our program, we have an advisory board, advisory commission, who oversees this plan in my office. The advisory board is comprised of folks from the higher education community, public members. I serve on the board, but we don't really have a strong investment oversight. So that's been a little bit of what's been lacking in our I guess, process. So that's the reason why the commission, again, having discussions and the reviews and the comments from Morningstar, we decided to pursue an RFP. So that's what we issued the RFP. We received very good participation because New Hampshire's plan is the fourth largest in the country. So we received seven proposals. So it was a rigorous process to select the best firm. So we believe this firm is going to provide additional benefit to the plan. We'll be able to compare we'll be able to see how we compare to other plans in terms of fees, performance, just best practice, and just continue. We need to keep up with the industry to make sure that we can offer the benefits of the 529 plan, the 529 savings account to participants. The cost of college keeps increasing, and it's really this tool that we have, families, and it's not very well known. So continue to promote this idea of saving a 529 plan. We just support higher education, support our state, and our families and communities.
So as I understand it, we're hiring this investment advisor as part of a recommendation that's coming from Morningstar, and to follow best practices so that we can continue giving investors confidence to continue investing in our plan, which is the fourth largest college savings plan in the country. And I understand one of the benefits, obviously, having a large plan like this, $30 billion in assets, that provides a greater yield for investors than if we were just limited to, so the plan is not large because it's not just limited to New Hampshire residents. Other people from other states, other families can invest in the New Hampshire state plan. By having such a large plan, we have a better yield for all of the investors. And then I think, am I recalling this correctly, that this plan generates $20 million a year in scholarships that we then give exclusively to New Hampshire students who are seeking higher education?
That is correct.
right? So we have an agreement with Fidelity to obtain a portion of those fees that are charged to participants. We received that money. This year, we're on track to receive about $23 million. It's all going out to scholarships for New Hampshire students. So that's an excellent program. We just received numbers. We still need to finalize the numbers this year. We're about to help about 8,000 students in New Hampshire. This year, they're all receiving about $2,500 in scholarships. Next year, the plan is that amount is going to increase to $3,500. So the idea is the better this plan does, the more participants we have, the more the plan grows, we'll be able to benefit and give back to our New Hampshire students directly.
That's terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for the treasurer? Hearing none, all in favor of item 25, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And thank you, treasurer.
Thank you.
I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 26 and 27 for the Community Development Finance Authority.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 28 and 29 for the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services.
So moved.
Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 30 through 35 from the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 36 and 37 from the Insurance Department. Any discussion of these items? Counselor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor.
Good morning, Governor, members of the council. DJ Beck, Court Commissioner for the Hampshire Insurance Department.
Thank you, Commissioner. First, I want to thank you for giving me a thorough understanding of these two positions and the importance in your department. I know we have long-standing discussions about this. First, can you tell me, Mr. Caldwell, he worked at the Department of Corrections for a number of years, and it seems like his experiences in corrections as a corrections officer, and now he's going to be asked to be an investigator, director over insurance investigations. What type of background does he have? When you interviewed 4 candidates, I think you said 4 or 5.
Yes,
And
I
he
know.
stood out as-
5. Yep.
So tell me a little why you picked Mr. Caldwell.
So briefly, Counselor, the interview process looked like we have 5 members of a hiring team within the department. We interviewed 5 candidates. Those candidates went through 2 rounds with the interview panel, and then the 2 finalists met with me. Mr. Caldwell was ultimately chosen based on his approximately 25 years of investigative experience, which you wouldn't necessarily see reflected in his tenure at the Department of Corrections, but you certainly would see during his tenure at Capital Investigating, which he was there for all in combined. The company was bought at one point, so I counted that as a continuation of the service there. He had over 20 years of investigative work, not reflected in the resume, but certainly reflected in the interviews and the meetings that he had with us, was extensive insurance fraud experience in that role. The other reasons that he was chosen is because of his extensive management and his supervisory experience. As you'll see reflected in the resume, at one point he was supervising approximately 160 employees. The fraud unit in our department has 4 total members, which would include Mr. Caldwell himself. So I'm certainly confident that he'll be able to manage that group. And lastly, but also very, very important, of all of the candidates, Mr. Caldwell was the only one who had extensive experience testifying in court. Because the way the unit works is, they'll do all of the investigative work, they'll put the entire package together for a prosecutor, and then they obviously will go through the process of being through a deposition and then potentially testifying at trial. Mr. Caldwell had that experience, the other candidates did not. So that's ultimately why he was chosen for the position.
Thank you for that robust explanation. I appreciate that. And then I also know you're working on the MOU with the Department of Justice.
That's right.
Can you notify the council council as soon as that MOU is executed?
Absolutely. My understanding is that will be fully executed by the end of the week, early next week at the latest, and I will get a copy of that over to you as soon as it's done.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
No other questions?
Any further questions for the commissioner? Hearing none, all in favor of items 36 and 37, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. Thanks. Ask for motion to adopt agenda items 38 and 39 from the Department of Homeland Security.
So moved.
Any discussion of these items? Councilor Stevens.
Number 39. First and foremost, I want to compliment you, Governor, on this number 39. This is a very important piece. It's the indigent affidavit. It's filed at the district court and the Superior Court level. And we wanted to have collaboration between departments because employment security has data on wages. And having the two agencies, judiciary and employment security, working together. So when I saw this, I was really happy.
Well, Councilor Stephen, I want to thank you for really spearheading that so we can have a much more accurate determination of indigency. So this was a great collective effort, and I appreciate your focus on this.
And thank you. And so my questions on this really, it's more about the process from the courts, because I really feel like this is an important thing, and I want to make sure the council is updated on how this pilot goes. I understand there's going to be two courts, one Superior Court, one District Court. And then there'll be 4 employees that will then look at this, use the database, will be credentialed with all the federal privacy implications that they're going to be trained, correct?
Counselor, that is all correct for the start.
So when those, do you know what the actual process is going to be? Are they going to go back to the judge that issued, that basically signed the affidavit to say, approval, you have no assets, no income, you're going to get a public defender, and then the form goes back to the folks in the back office that are going to now check the data from your office? How are they going to get back? Are they going to get back to the judge? Do you know what the process is?
Yeah, Counselor, just for the record, Rich Labors, Commissioner of Homeland Security. So I don't want to speak for Judge Keating on that part of the process. I can certainly review that with him and can be in touch to talk about those steps. I can tell you that the initial stages of the review are quite simple. This is a system that doesn't require much training to use. We already have some training lined up for the 4 staff over at the judicial branch that are going to be designated here, so we can get going without any further delay, because we know this is an important item. So the training should be very quick. The process that the court will utilize then, I think will be taking the data that they review and comparing it against the data provided by the defendant. And then I'll defer to Judge Keating on how they utilize it after that.
Okay, so if you can, I don't know if he's here today, but just provide the council with aspects of what the process is going to look like, what the pilot program actually is going to entail, and then especially the tracking and monitoring. Like, who is going to track and monitor all of the hits once we find that there is someone that was giving false information to a judge, that they are going to be not just told that they can no longer have a public defender, but they're going to be held accountable. Is that going to be sent to the county attorney for perjury or whatever? Is that going to, those are the types of issues I want to see as a council. Not going to be a long answer because I know it's a long meeting. But just if you can present that, that would be great.
And I'll defer to the judicial branch, Counselor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Governor and Councilors. My name is Jessica King. I'm General Counsel for the Judicial Branch. This is a pilot program. We're looking to mostly dig in to see where the pressure points are right now. And so we are looking at potentially developing a program, like you say, Counselor Stevens, about real-time identification. But right now, the program is focused on is there a problem here, and identifying that problem. That's the first step, and that's why it's a pilot program in 2 different courts. And I'm happy to provide more information to you on how that pilot program is going to work.
I would like that.
Yeah.
In a future meeting, or you could send it to my office. At the end of the day, I just feel that we, or I want to know, is it an issue? So the gap assessment is really important. And even if there's a hit that shows a quarterly wage that was not told to a court, and they identify excuses as to why it wasn't mentioned to the court, all that follow-up needs to be monitored. And it's important for the credibility of this going forward because at the end, Medicaid also is sitting over there on other data, including residency, owning homes, and they go through eligibility, how much in value of your assets. They have all kinds of data. We could extend this to a number of agencies in the state government. So this is the first step because we want to make sure that people are providing the courts with the right and correct and honest information because we keep seeing more and more millions of dollars for public defenders to represent under their constitutional right. And I know the government feels the same way I do, so it's just important to the council. So thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the Department of Homeland Security Commissioner? Hearing none, all in favor of items 38 and 39, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carry. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 40 through 44 from the Department of Corrections.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion, these items? Councilor Stevens?
Good morning, Governor, members of the council. Bill Hart, Department of Corrections.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In regards to agenda item 41, proposal is being made to transfer $500,000 within accounts. And the vast amount of that funding is $400,000 that's coming from mental health payments to providers. I'm concerned. We've had staffing issues with behavioral health care, primarily psychiatric social workers. Are we meeting the statutory requirements of delivering behavioral health care? Why should we have a surplus of $400,000?
We are meeting the statutory requirements as of today.
Yes.
I can't answer the specific question of why there is a surplus, but I can get that information to you.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
We know that there are extensive reporting requirements by Wexford for pharmaceuticals, and I just want to make certain that they are complying and adhering to the DOC formulary standards. Are they reporting monthly, quarterly on that?
Yes, they are, and I can assure you that they are complying with the statutory guidelines and the standards outlined. As you may be aware, we're about to enter into discussions about potential contracts, so these will be a compelling and important part of our job going forward.
They're required to be in compliance with prescribing and polypharmacy and cost containment within the contract. On a quarterly basis, the contractor must specifically report on the use of medications prescribing per diagnoses. So they're supposed to be doing audits of 1% of total inmates. They are doing that?
As far as I know, the answer is yes. So I have the chief pharmacist here who could perhaps answer that more specifically. Then Carbone.
For the record, I'm Carbone, chief pharmacist. At this time, yes, they are recording all of that, and what they're doing is at our monthly meeting, they are relaying that information as well as at PMT relaying information about pharmaceutical costs.
Okay. So they have been tracking and they have been reporting quarterly on polypharmacy. And if they were to exceed their expenditures by over 10% for the same quarter from the previous year, they will incur a penalty of 75% of those costs. Has this vendor been hit with any charges?
As of this year, no. They were in the past hit with charges for that, and we have been able, between pharmacy and the providers, to control that cost
But you're asking for an additional $500,000.
which is this year less than was asked for from last year. So we're decreasing those costs across the board. We are asking for an additional $500,000 based on individual situations that were of significant clinical benefit to patients and their health.
Thank you.
Cool.
Councilor Leocal.
Thank you very much. I am interested in talking about item number 42, which may not be a surprise. As predicted, we are being asked again to approve overtime of over $8 million due to the irresponsible budgeting of the state legislature. Can you please tell us where are these funds going to come from for this overtime?
In this case, they're not going to come from the budgeted overtime line item, which was $2,100 for the Department of Corrections for the fiscal year ending in 2 weeks. They are going to come essentially, substantially from general funds on this. There is a transfer internally, but it's in relation to the total amount of $8+ million, very small.
And this time, this is $8 million. Will this conclude overtime for this fiscal year that ends in 2 weeks?
That's
or will we
correct.
have another request?
No, this will be the final request this year. However, I would point out 3 things. First, the overtime hours have remained static over the last 5 to 7 years. So this doesn't result because of an increase in the hours worked. It results substantially because of a bargaining choice where the state bargained or allowed in bargaining double time in certain situations. So that increased it by approximately $6 million from the time of that bargaining to now. Last year's number and this year's number are substantially the same. We expect the same within reason next year as well.
And so for that total for this year was about $25 million, is that correct?
A little bit over that, but yes, $25 to $26 million in total. That's correct.
And so we can also expect to be seeing requests for another $25 or more million next year.
That's correct. The DOC is budgeted for $2,100 total in overtime for the entire department next year as well.
And this is what has been static for the last 5 years or so, that is that $25 million approximately of overtime is what has been, the number of hours.
That's
the number of hours has been known and was knowable at the time that this budget was put together last year. And we're thankful for things like the amnesty program that are going to be covering overages like this. I think the legislature does a great disservice to the public and to taxpayers when it fails to budget responsibly. Thank you.
Councilor Miller.
On the final prison report, have you sent that? Has the unabridged version out yet?
No, we haven't. Actually, yesterday I spoke with John Hansen, who's our internal contact on this. The DLR folks are getting their report together now. Our timeline would be first meeting with the governor's office, which we anticipate will be in short order, and then next we'll bring it to the council. Not sure exactly how that will be, but yeah, we're on the verge of getting that report to you.
The unabridged version.
That's correct. And I would point out, it will include some of the concerns that you and other councils raised of doing a step-by-step rehab, doing a step-by-step build, looking at other ways of building potential new prison with potentially less cost. So there's going to be a panoply of options available. My hope is that we can potentially mix and match too. We'll kind of have the pedal to the metal on this one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Stevens.
Just a follow-up to that, Commissioner, will that report also include what other states have spent in prisons? For example, I know Nebraska just purchase a large prison. Can we look at that? Is that going to be in the report?
Yes, it will. We've looked at, I think, 7 different states that have gone through different procedures. Some of them are substantially larger than ours, so they're not entirely mirror to mirror. But we're looking at a number of different processes, including smaller states that have substantially similar concepts.
But that's in that report.
It will be. That's correct.
Counselor Kenny. We're not an evening yet, but we're supposed to be at the NASWA tonight, aren't we? There you go.
How many prison wardens do we have in the system?
We have 3 within our system, prison wardens, one for NCF, which is the Northern Correctional Facility, one at the men's prison, and one at the women's prison, both here in Concord.
And so my understanding of new legislation doesn't require new nominations to come before the council. Is that correct?
In some circumstances, specifically wardens, that's correct.
And are there any open wards now?
Given that former warden Michelle Edmark retired at the end of last month, there is an opening in the men's prison, and we're figuring out what our process will be going forward to fill that. It's not going to be a forever process. We're going to get, Jess and I spoke about this morning, actually. Yes. Matter of fact, I'm going to take this off because it's not working.
So we're actively filling that position.
We're going to fill that position, that's correct. And that's one of the more important operations / security positions within our daily work overall. We have over 1,000 inmates housed at men's, and it's a very important position for us.
Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any further questions for the Commissioner? Hearing none, all in favor of items 40 through 44 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I would also ask for a motion to adopt late items B and C of the Department of Corrections. So moved. Is there a second? Any discussion of these late items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Abstain on C. The motion carries, so noted.
Thank you.
I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 45 through 54 of the Department of Energy.
So moved.
Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 55 from the Keys Development Authority.
So moved.
Any discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 56 from the Governor's Office of Emergency Relief and Recovery, otherwise known as ROPR.
So moved.
Any discussion of this item? Councilor Leal. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, sorry.
Yeah, good afternoon. For the record, Todd Roderick, Deputy Director of the
Very good afternoon. Can you just talk about the word de-obligated? It's not one that we see very frequently. Can you just explain what that is and also what we're going to be able to accomplish with these funds that are now available?
Sure, yeah. So all ARPA funds needed to be obligated by December 31st, 2024. What federal regulations allow us to do beyond that point is if any projects are coming in under budget, we can collect that money back, de-obligate it, and reallocate it, so as long as it's reallocated within the same report. So the sum that you're seeing here for affordable housing came from, we worked with different agencies ourselves, figured out what money was going to be used in various ARPA funded projects. We were able to obligate that and get it back out for this purpose.
Excellent. And so we're best use of the dollars that we have. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Councilor Kenny.
Thank you, Carolyn. So I'm just back to years ago when there was money left over that hadn't been spent in the development house. That's the one was set up, correct?
Correct, yeah, the end of 2024, we set it up so that everything not obligated in that time period could get dumped into funding, into affordable housing, with this in mind too, that towards the end of what I call expenditure period, we have until 2026 to expend all funds, that additional funding could go into affordable housing as well.
And my follow-up question is, when does GoFo go away?
All the funds need to be fully expended by the end of this year. Gopher has, we have one more quarter of reporting. So under federal regulations, we need to continue doing our work until 4/30/27, or someone in the state needs to continue doing the work until 4/30/27.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions? Hearing none, all in favor of item 56, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. Thank you very much. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda NCT 1759A from the Department of Business and Economic Affairs.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion of these items? Councilor Leopold.
Good morning, Lucy Lyon, Commissioner of Business and Economic Affairs.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I want to say first of all, well done. You gave a very nice speech at the Granite Outdoor Alliance event that was in Plymouth last week, and she represented state government well there, so well done.
Thank you.
And then I wanted to talk about agenda items 58 and 59, which are regarding affordable housing. We were just discussing housing champions and Invest 2.0. I'd like to ask you if you can you talk about how many units of housing have been approved through those programs, Housing Champions and Invest 2.0?
Yes. So this is the tail end of the Invest 2.0 and Housing Champions. The total was $15 million. Of that $15 million, those were all general funds for both programs. They equated to 3,600 new units in housing. Of those, 1,553 were affordable housing. And that broke down across the state. Manchester got the smallest percentage of them. The largest percentage was in your area with 1,450 going to your area. Councilor Kenny, there is 1,165 in your area. Councilor Stevens in the Seacoast, there was 305 units. In Manchester, greater Manchester area, there was 87, and in Commissioner Wheeler's area, there was 593 units.
So that was $15 million that helped to create these new units, 3,600 new units, of which almost half, or 40% or so, were affordable. I believe that the state legislature last year zeroed out the funding for Housing Champions. So the program still exists, but there's no actual money in it. Is that correct?
That is correct. The other piece of this is other capitalized dollars. So of that $15 million, it leveraged an additional almost $350 million.
Of private sector investment.
That's correct.
This is an area, I think Housing Champions has been a really strong program that has really benefited a lot of communities. And we've seen a lot of municipalities that want to become known as housing champions, be qualified, and it's been great to attend some of those events when municipalities are recognized for the work that they're doing to remove regulatory burdens and make changes to their zoning laws. I know I was able to the town of Lincoln, the town of Plymouth were recently recognized. I think the city of Lebanon, when I was on the city council, we were one of the first communities to become a housing champion, and this has really been very successful. I do hope that moving forward, the legislature will make this a priority, because $15 million investment to leverage $350 of private sector investment, that's a good return on investment. And this is the kind of work that we need to be prioritizing if we're going to get ourselves out of this affordable housing crisis. So keep up the good work, and I hope that we're going to find, I hope the legislature will decide to be a partner in this as well. Thank you.
Councilor Stevens.
Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for coming out to the Seacoast. Great work in Portsmouth. And I just want to clarify the funding for the 300 units in my district were from the initial infusion of $100 million through Invest New Hampshire. In regards to agenda item 59A, we are heading into release 3, correct, for the portal?
Mark, sorry, I called it the wrong person there. I thought you were still doing the housing question. Sorry, Andrew.
Yep, business portal.
So this is talking about the New Hampshire Business Gateway, and I think we're going to have a couple of questions on this before I have Mark answer the version question. I do want to let the group know we've got 13 of the state agencies currently up and on the website, which is newhampshirebusinessgateway.com. And we have 6 more that the changes in the restructuring of the funding will allow us to get up as well. So Mark, you want to answer, say who you are, and then.
Mark Liberty, BEA, I do business development, and I am the project manager for the New Hampshire Business Gateway. Wouldn't say version 3 per se, but we are looking, we got to version 2, and as we move forward, we're going to be adding some more features and more agencies. That's the plan as if we move forward with the next 6 months, so yes.
Follow-up, so the $380,000 before us is to bolster phase 3?
I think what was really good is that throughout this whole process, we worked harder to see, okay, how much staff do we need from Deloitte and others. So being able to use less staff, being able to use less software funds, this would give us the opportunity to even enhance it beyond what we originally thought we would, so yes.
And just as a follow-up, and I've appreciated our conversation, but we initially approved a contract with McKinsey, and it initially started off at $1 million. A proposal came back with a request to allocate another $10 million, and it was the end of the fiscal year, and that failed, as it should have. And that was the decision was made to go to Deloitte at that point. So my question is, we can't overlook that we've also used $1 million in ARPA funding through a contract with McKinsey.
Yes, and for spring of 2023, yes.
Yep. And those are applicable, the plans and the initial work that they did?
That was the basis for a lot of this. I think what we found, and it was probably even in the first 6 months, that what we were able to accomplish was actually far beyond even what was that. So we were very excited to look at that and say, okay, well, there are more features we can do with working with UIT and some of the opportunities that were out there. We've looked at it and said, hey, there's more opportunities, more features, more user friendliness, more security that we can look at, and something called single sign-on and working with DOIT, and they've been extremely helpful with that. A feature that is going to allow any user to be able to access various state agencies. And right now it's all separate, and now if you can put it into one very secure single sign-on process, it's a huge convenience both for the user and for the state.
And just one final question, what is the traffic pattern like? How many visitors?
I can get that information for you. That's something that's been slowly moving up since our release in mid-December. We will get you that information. I know you and I have talked about that in the past.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Mark, can I ask you a question about, I haven't looked at the portal since I think you all gave me the last demonstration of it. How's it going? Is the Secretary of State's piece interface in terms of the one login? Because that was, to me, critical for businesses to be effective.
I know that we've worked very well with Tom Connolly and Secretary of State. I believe that we are in with their initial system right now. I know they have a new system. We have to look at see how we can incorporate into the new system.
I think it's really important with these dollars and our prior dollars, the Secretary of State's, and I'm going to ask Secretary Scanlon to help work with you directly, because at some point, you know, my husband owned a small business, many small business owners. That Secretary of State is where you register, you certify, and if you want to do truly one login for businesses in the state and small businesses, they have to be included
cooperation of Secretary of State too, so I'm gonna say to ask you and to pass along, please, that this is really important because that will really be transformational for our businesses.
Yeah, and I'll say we've had very few tickets that have come in that regard to Secretary of State. Most of them have been from business owners looking to do certain things, and they've been very responsive. So yes, SOS has been an critical part. Yes.
Great, thank you. Councilor Stephen?
Yes, so this is a typical Deloitte contract as far as I'm concerned. You know, we wanted to look at their state, sometimes we don't meet deliverables, sometimes we do, but we're gonna do something so that at the end of the contract, the state's still gonna have to rely on us and continue to contract with us on and on and on and on at very high rates, and I'm concerned about that. Because when I saw this $8.1 million original contract, I look at it and I see deliverables coming up to all the way from 2024 when it was created to develop and implement this platform. That was the contract, to develop and implement the platform for $8.1 million. And then I see in December 1st, 2024, they start to release the software to the state. They start to do the work that they're supposed to do to transition so that at the end of this contract, we don't need to rely on Deloitte anymore. That's how I read this contract. And then I see $1.6 million given to them in December for providing the software releases. I see the release 2 in June of 25, another 1.6 given to them. And then I see the releases 3 to 10 in August of 20, up to May of 26, actually 1.2 million. And then up to June of 26, they're supposed to get $730 million on the final delivery to give us the development and implementation of this platform. Have they, first question, have they delivered on the $8.1 million to give the state of New Hampshire meet the development and implementation of this business platform?
Good morning, Governor, councilors, good afternoon, sorry. Dennis Goulet, the Commissioner for the Department of Information Technology. This contract has been an amazing success in terms of what we originally intended to get done and how much it was going to cost. So, you know, in terms of, you know, trying to paint Deloitte with a broad brush that they're taking money for less service than, you know, would be justifiable is not true in this case. And one of the reasons I say that is because there's been a high level of discipline both inside the DEA on the business side, and as well as the project manager we have is exceptionally good at dealing with, it's a contract project manager, by the way, exceptionally good at dealing with system integrators, holding them accountable, keeping the right kind of people on, for example, and you know this well, the balance of actual workers versus the balance of people who are sitting there billing high rates out. So we really, the team of BEA and the program manager and DOIT really pushed back early on and said, no, we're not doing that. Additionally, not only did they complete what we asked them to do initially, it's much more than that. The single sign-on was not in scope. The technology for it, the dollars for the technology, all of that is from savings on our original Deloitte estimates by virtue of our high discipline, when I say our, it's everybody's high discipline management. So that single sign-on implementation was something we added when we saw the run rate of spend going so well during the project. This is not simple stuff. This we have now an integration of multiple Salesforce orgs that span the various agencies that are involved. We have a complex identity and access management software that is being implemented and run. And finally, I will say, we do not need to have Deloitte to continue to support this if we choose not to. And currently, I don't believe that's in our plans. We're looking for a support model. I know that, you know, it's something I have to take up with the governors. We have to take up with the governor's budget director on how we're going to fund this going forward. You know, the enterprise group, it's a small enterprise group inside my organization, runs the Salesforce platforms themselves. We bring system integrators in to help us build new stuff. There is going to have to be ongoing care and feeding of this. How we do that remains to be seen, but it's really about the funding now, because we're at the end of the implementation phase. We're coming into the next biennium where we're going to have to decide how it gets funded. to support if it gets funded. So that's as much as I can say at this point, unless there's more questions.
I guess, follow-up, did they deliver on the original contract?
More.
And so we're now asking them to come back, it's not something that your office can do or anyone in the state can do?
Absolutely not.
And the Secretary of State's question that the governor asked, do you know the answer to that, whether they're on or whether they're supposed to be on?
Well, I believe it's that this, in terms of the particular functionality that's desired, the additional functionality and the full integration of SOS, they're in the process of re-procuring the systems they want to integrate to. So the question is, do we do it twice? Do we integrate to the existing system knowing that they intend to replace that system, or do we delay it and do it once? And there's no good answer to that, right? Because we want a fast integration now, but I believe it's Secretary Scanlon's intent to re-procure that system that we want to integrate to. So that's the push and shove on that one.
Yeah, I don't think this is the Deloitte issue. This is the
No,
Secretary of
it's
State
absolutely not a Deloitte issue.
DEA issue, but DEA has been, and I think it's really important that it get done for these businesses.
So in a nutshell, why is this enhancement necessary beyond the original contract?
So because we saved money on the original, we have money left in our ARPA funds that we want to expend, and we identified more functionality that we want to layer on beyond what we originally intended.
And you don't feel that that's similar to the business board, so it's not a reason to put out an RFP to allow others to compete? And that would cost us more, or give the money back to the taxpayers?
No.
Don't give it back to the
The
taxpayers?
team is running now. We have a team up and running. There would be no efficiency to taking that approach.
And this is ARPA money, correct?
Yes.
So we would not be returning it, we'd be returning it to the federal government,
Yeah.
which I prefer not to do, but I do think there's a lot more we can do. I was impressed with the portal, and I hope that the council looks at how the portal worked and what improvement it was. But I think what we realized, as I understand it when I had the briefing, was that we could be even more. So when Deloitte performed faster in, under the contract of getting what was original on it, I'm like, we should think bigger on this. And especially for our businesses and hearing from the business community, how we can be more efficient in serving them and getting them information from state government. Any further questions on any of the DEA items? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of items 57 to 59A, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Go on 59A.
No one 59A.
The item is carried, thank you. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 60 through 63 from the Fish and Game Department. Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in, oh, I'm sorry, Counselor, I missed you over there. Didn't mean to miss you.
Good afternoon, Executive Director for National Fish and Game, Dr. Stephanie Simic, and I have with me lead biologist, Bio3 scientist Heidi Holman, and our Chief of Inland Fisheries, Diana Timmons.
Great. Thank you very much, Director, and it was a pleasure to spend some time with you and your team. I really enjoyed the opportunity to spend time with scientists. It's always very enjoyable. But thank you very much, particularly for showing me this almost 7-acre parcel of land here in Concord of some very particular habitat that is a place that we are working on recovery of the cardinal blue butterflies. And so that was really special to actually get to see some of these butterflies and to see how unique this habitat is. And I would invite everyone to take a walk with me sometime in this very special place. It's pine barrens, and we just don't have there aren't a lot of pine barrens in the whole country, actually. And we have some right here in Concord. That was really neat to see it, and this 7-acre, almost 7-acre parcel is going to expand on land that's already set aside by the city of Concord that also connects with land that's owned by the state, if I recall correctly, and we're going to be able to augment the work that we're doing there and just really help protect the
you want to add anything to that?
Yes, thank you for coming out last week. It was a beautiful day. And as was mentioned, this is a very particular piece that is sort of a once-in-a-lifetime home for the Carter Blue. It's adjacent to the work we've been doing for the last few decades, and there aren't really many other opportunities for the population to expand. And as we explained to the councilor last week, with climate change, we are facing new threats, and by increasing the population and the habitat that we have, we'll be able to keep them resilient into the future.
And this was, the Carter Blue butterflies had actually been extirpated from New Hampshire. Is that correct? Meaning that they were no longer here, and we've been able to revive and bring them back, and now they are, I don't know if it's fair to say that they're flourishing, but they are coming back, and we're making improvements in that recovery year over year for the last almost 20 years now.
That's right, and the story has actually been going on since the 80s, before the species was federally listed. There's been a lot of work between people here in Concord and across the state to preserve this population. We work with the Army National Guard, we work with DNCR, we work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and thousands of students here in Concord to make that possible. So it's been several decades of success story.
It's pretty neat because this is an area that's right next to the airport. There's a lot of development right around there, but we're able to still find ways for the butterflies to coexist, even with the heavy development that's in that area. So really good work there. And something that I really enjoyed was seeing the native lupin, which is what the Carter Blue butterflies need to exist. And so that was really special, and I appreciated that. I'm glad to see that we have a chance here to expand that work and fortify it. On agenda item number 60, this is also really another remarkable story of actually 1,300 acres of land in Marlow and Alstead. That's actually the headwaters of the Ashland, contributing headwaters. Can you talk about that? This is really significant land because of the headwaters involved.
Yes. The Grassy Brook is one of the primary headwaters for that river, and this protects riparian areas along that area, that brook. Also, it expands from conservation land that's already in existence. This creates a new WMA, which is a wildlife management area for the public to use. It's going to provide an opportunity for the public to hunt, fish, trap, wildlife view, hike, anything you can imagine. And it's really important, I think, for those two communities. This project started back in 2024, August of 2024. And so it's been a long-standing effort to make this happen, and we finally have the opportunity to do it with federal funding, which is great.
Well, one of the things that's really, this is going to be great for people to use this, to have access and be able to use this land for hunting, fishing, and all the other recreation that people like to do. But it's also one of the things that I learned over 20 years on the city council at the local level is that the preservation of our watershed is actually just very good water management policy, water quality management policy, because we're spending a lot of money on our water and wastewater treatment systems, and so it's very expensive when you have to treat it on that end. And so the more we can do, this is a great project because it's not just good for fish and game, but it also is about water quality for humans as well. So this is good, and it's also smart, really smart policy. Thank you. Lastly, we also got to view the hatchery in New Hampton, and that was remarkable. I know the council got to vote on that and knows that project well. The $50 million improvement that's being made there. One of the things that we saw right now, we have because that hatchery is operating at a much lower capacity. We also have another hatchery, we have 5 hatcheries, so that one is operating at a lower capacity. We have another one that's operating at a very low capacity because of the wastewater issues. We do have 185,000 baby fish, as I recall. I saw them wriggling around in these little ponds, in these little pools, but they don't have anywhere to go. And the idea that they need to go to the Milford hatchery is they're going to grow, and they're going to outgrow the ponds that they're in right now. And they need to go to the Milford hatchery, but the Milford hatchery needs some work before it can accommodate those 185,000 baby fish. What needs to happen at Milford in order for Milford to accommodate those fish?
I'll actually have Diane, who's the chief of inland fisheries, explain that.
Good afternoon, Governor, councilors. Diane Timmons, Inland Fisheries Division Chief. Thank you for the question. So basically we have what are called overburdened wells at two of our facilities, Berlin and Milford. They are very different type wells. As a result of their structure, it requires a very particular type of cleaning, I'll call it. I'm air quoting for those that can't see. But it's called redevelopment, and basically what that does is utilize high pressure chemicals and various procedures to be able to clean those wells. And so I will say that Milford has been struggling as well as Berlin. And Milford right now, last winter, we barely made it through. If the well fails, we lose everything on station. So right now, to be due diligent, we were went through the bid process to get that online, and basically what the well needs is to be redeveloped. And in order for us to bring the fish on station, that action needs to occur. And I will bring up, actually back in 2014, just reiterating the pertinency of the particular type of action that needs to occur in this redevelopment, and the fact that the contractor needs to be knowledgeable about it. In 2014, we did have another company do it. There was, it was low bid, and there were some discrepancies in the procedures, and we had fish end up dying after the system was turned back on. The procedures were not done correctly, and the washing was not done appropriately, and the chemicals killed the fish.
That's tragic. What would happen to the 185,000 baby fish that we have in New Hampton if we're not able to get the Milford hatchery online?
They'll get stocked out as very tiny fish and most likely amount to nothing in the realm of our constituency.
By stocked out, you mean they'd get put out into lakes and ponds in New Hampshire, and then they would be eaten by other fish, and they would not be able to grow to the size that then would be something that anglers would be able to fish.
That's correct. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for helping us understand that. I know we have an agenda item that's been tabled at our last council meeting. I hope that you're either going to be able to pass that agenda item today or find an alternative way to make sure that we get the Milford hatchery online, so that we don't lose 185,000 fish that anglers in New Hampshire would like to fish.
That's it.
Councilor Kenny, please, of course.
Karen, we have the council know a lot of stuff is coming from a lot of topics. By the way, there is a roofing festival in here in DC, more roofings. Also, there's the Pine Barrens in Knott's Creek, which is another location we should probably go to. But when it comes to our fish hatcheries, when we had this ARPA money, for $50 million plus, Scott Mason at the time, the director, and the team, recognized that we have dilapidated fish hatcheries all over the state at the time, and that they were trying to figure out what they could do with the amount of ARPA money they have, that they can make an impact to the system overall, and then also have these fish hatcheries that are modernized that can compete, in essence, with Maine and Vermont. And so they chose the central location of New Hampton. That's what we're doing, is putting all our eggs in the basket of New Hampton. And we
Councilor Wheeler.
Thank you, Governor. I understand that you've withdrawn item number 50 from the table, and that we have a temporary solution to make sure that the Milford work gets done with existing funds from 2026. However, that will just give you a heads up, that will require a retroactive sole source item coming probably at the second meeting in July to get that work done with money we already have.
So
That would give us the time to figure out why we only got one bid here. We tossed around a few ideas with fishing game and see if we can get more bidders in the future and have this sole source and take a look at the specifications that were required and see if there's any alternatives to those and still protect the fish.
So, Counselor, yes. So after discussing with you, and I understand the Director, the two of you have discussed it, that I'm going to withdraw item 50 because you've come to an understanding about how to move forward. That may require the council to vote on a retroactive contract in July, but we're hoping to be able to have the opportunity for more bidders, but also with the existing resources to be able to assist Milford in the short term. So I am going to be withdrawing that item, and you'll work together on that to hopefully come up with an item. It's good to give the council a heads up that it will likely be retroactive in July to address these concerns.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, councilors.
Thank you for finding a solution. Great. And so we won't have, that will be withdrawn, table item 50, but is there any further discussion on the other items that were 60 to 63 or any further questions? If not, then I would ask for a vote on those items right now, 60 to 63. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those items carry, and I think that is it for Fish and Game. Thank you. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 64 through 70 from the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
So moved.
Second. Councilor Stephen.
Thank you,
Stephen.
Governor.
Good afternoon, Governor, Councilors. Adam Craigmo with Department of Natural and Cultural Resources.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My questions are germane to agenda item 68. I fully support this contract for feasibility study at Mount Sunapee to address the sewage lagoon system. At the same time, we know that the annual operating plan is due in June, and it's critical that the Executive Council has time to review these materials, that these terms are closely examined. As part of this, to confirm Vail Resort's obligations regarding capital investments. Clear accountability is established for funding as we move further, and ongoing water quality monitoring data is available. But most importantly, you had a hearing, I believe it was Tuesday night, correct? And I'm wondering if you could share some of the highlights from that municipal meeting.
Yes, so I met with the Newbury Conservation Commission and many other groups in this area to discuss the feasibility study. I think by and large, there's almost unanimous support for doing this. We are excited to get it off the ground. Really what this is to do is it's a 50-year-old system, and we're looking at replacing it in the future. And so this will look at both the alternatives, what are the options for replacing the system, but it will also identify are there any current deficiencies with environmental regulations as it sits today. And I know there's been some competing views on that. So this will help get us there, I think. And so that's what this is intended to be for.
I appreciate it very much. I know there's great concern. So again, fully support this contract.
Thank you.
Further, Councilor Leon.
Thank you very much. And I don't know, we talked about this briefly last year when I hosted my roadshow at Mount Sunapee. And I don't know if folks might have seen, but these are the lagoons right now, the wastewater
from Sunapee is being treated in these open air lagoons that are 50 years old. And Beck Brook, which is a tributary that goes into into Lake Sunapee, goes right by these lagoons. So this is a big concern to a lot of folks in my district and the district that Councilor Tenney formerly represented. The town of Sunapee receives, they actually use Lake Sunapee as their drinking water, source of drinking water. So this is a very significant concern, both from a drinking water and public health perspective, and also, you know, the quality of Lake Sunapee, which is a major tourist attraction and recreation center. So a lot of people are really concerned about this, and I think this was a very positive step forward. We had, I think, 300 people that came out last year to a meeting of the Mount Sunapee Advisory Commission to testify about this, and it was very welcome news when, well, I think he was deputy commissioner, where he was deputy commissioner of DES at the time, Crapo announced that we would be looking at this feasibility study. Can you talk about this feasibility study? Just a couple of questions. The feasibility study is $237,000. Can you talk about how that's going to be funded?
Yes, absolutely. So right now it's being funded out of the state parks operations budget. However, we are seeking, we're applying for a clean water state revolving loan fund. It's forgivable. It's $100,000. So we may be coming back to you if we are awarded that money to accept that, and then also to offset some of the costs to the state park system with that funding. So that's in the works right now. We actually just submitted the application, I believe it was a day or two ago. So that's in process at the Department of Environmental Services. I have recused myself from that process, given my dual role right now. But that's ongoing at this point.
And that's very welcome news. Those clean water revolving funds are federal funds, is that right?
That's correct. Yes, from EPA.
So there's a potential that $100,000 would be a forgivable loan from a federal fund.
Correct. Yeah. So it would be a loan, but effectively, if it becomes forgivable, it would be effectively become grant. Yes.
And then, given the level of public concern about this, can you talk about your intention? This feasibility study has some different phases, and ultimately it's going to result in a recommendation of an analysis and come up with at least 3 alternatives that are then going to be presented back with all of the costs that would be associated, so that the public and the state and Vail, our partner there at Mount Sunapee, have this information and we can make some decisions about going forward. But there's so much public interest, and I know especially the Newbury Conservation Commission has been doing a lot of work on this. What is your intention on how to involve the public in this feasibility study process?
So should this item be approved today, they are actually slated to start work next week. I believe it's on Wednesday. And so moving forward, I intend to utilize the Mount Sunapee Advisory Commission to disseminate information and also to provide presentations to the public. I'm going to be calling for a meeting either later this year or early next year once we have some more information from this feasibility study, and we'll be sharing information along the way. As you'll note in this item, it's a little over 200 days to complete the work, so there will be milestones in there that we'll be sharing with that commission along the way. We've also asked for there's a lot of citizen groups gathering data. We've asked those groups to provide us the data that they've gathered so that this third-party group, Weston and Sampson, can analyze that in addition to what the state has collected in their own collections to determine what the best next step should be. And so we intend to have a very collaborative process, not only with the MSAC, the Mount Sunapee Advisory Commission, but also with the local communities, which many of those folks are on that commission. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's our intent at this point.
I appreciate that response. My constituents will appreciate knowing that you intend to have the public engaged in this, and I'm sure that you will have a lot of public engagement. So thank you for that. I know this affects my district especially, but Mount Sunapee is truly a state treasure and belongs to all of us. And so, you know, I hope that this, to me, this is good planning. We know we're gonna have to replace this system at some point, and I think a lot of people feel that that time is coming very near. And this information, this feasibility study is going to get us the information that we need to be able to do good planning and be the best stewards of taxpayer dollars that we can on the next 50 or 75 years of Mount Sunapee. So I think this feasibility study is a good way for us to plan for the future.
Thank you. I think you summarized that very well.
Any further discussion? Councilor Kenny?
Just 3 items, nothing too major. $17 tram in contracts, vendor contracts. But speaking about the commitment, it was May 22nd was our date. What do we know right now as far as that 45 ready to go?
We are still on, reviewing the agreement with the DOJ and the governor's office, Miles Madison. And you know, we are still having discussions with both Manulife and Aurora about what's in that agreement. And so we are working towards coming to some sort of final decision on the first right of refusal, and any other pertinent information in those documents. I will say that I have high confidence that, you know, the team that's on this is really looking out for the state's best interests here and ensuring that we are enforcing the conservation easement, but also that the prospective buyer would adhere to the resolution term sheet that the governor had negotiated.
Appreciate that. The second question, you sent out a nice letter on the plan. Could you kind of reiterate that? But also, the indication is that you're going to be the point of contact with all questions regarding that
We have, DPW is actually the point of contact for many of the technical questions, but with the vendors or contractors that would be bidding on that. However, yes, I can give you a summary of where we're at. It's a coordination between DNCR and DPW. We put out the request for bid about a week ago now. And so we are seeking proposals for a design build project to replace the tram and reinforce some of the existing structures that are there. And so that in that way it's very different from the last tram bid where there were a lot of unknowns. We did hire a consulting group, SCJ Alliance, who are very familiar with tramway projects, and they have been able to shine a light on a lot of where the last bid, where we failed in the last procurement process because there was a lot of uncertainty built into the prices that were bid last time. And so we're hopeful that we'll come back with a much more competitive project this time. As you know, there are very few manufacturers who do this sort of thing worldwide. However, we do know that there are several companies interested in putting in a proposal. So we're hopeful that we'll see a very competitive procurement process here.
So a follow-up to that, at the time when we were looking at money for the capital project, for money for the plan, there was a 2-year window, or 2 years that we were going to shut down. And do you anticipate that we might be going into a 3rd year with shutdown potentially?
We will have to see what we get for bids, right? So right now the schedule is we want this project to be completed December 1st, 2028. However, and we were asking contractors to stick to that schedule and when they did. However, given the market forces and dynamics, that remains to be seen, and we will keep everyone updated as to what, when we, at the appropriate times, to ensure that you're all updated on where things are and how many proposals we received and the prices and all of that, and the timelines. But I think right now, well, I know right now we're aiming for a December 1st, 2028 reopen.
Right.
For the project to be completed.
Yeah, no, that's a fair answer. The last one, question is,
So I will mention that this was brought to my attention yesterday morning, and so I have been working with Commissioner Arlinghouse to identify where there might be shortcomings here. It's my understanding that there are many state contracts that have a price limitation, and many of these, we've already hit that price limitation. This is the preliminary information, so subject to change, because this is sort of evolving, but my understanding is that we've hit the price limitation on those contracts, and so the vendors are looking to do work, and in order to do that, we need to increase the price limitation for many of those statewide contracts. So that's the issue that we're trying to work through now, as I understand it. I intend to, I don't know if you want to mention anything on that, but that's what we're working through now. I will say there are many other, there are litigated issues that I won't litigate here on statewide contracts, especially in the North Country. You know, we've seen some issues with vendors not bidding on projects in the North Country because it's so far away and it's a drive and all of that. And so sometimes we do have to go off contract to make sure that we achieve those services. I think you saw that in one of these items in front of you. But you know, that we are trying to address the issue I think that you're raising, which is this price limitation, and so we're working through that. It's like I said, it's evolving. You know?
I have to follow up that you're not going to a vendor or or to the lumber yard. You're not trying to pick up supplies and materials. And I know it's not a contract yet, but it's maybe a limit of a couple $1,000. I can't get all my supplies on the same day. I've got to wait for a few days before I can collect the supplies and materials I need to do the job. So I'm not going to litigate here either, but my point is that when I've got a plethora of retail businesses in the North Country, all of a sudden reach out all at once, that's not a seamless system. There's a failure point there somewhere. So I just want to get back on track.
Absolutely.
So it has nothing to do with Adam. I just want to say that he can't fix it. It's not statewide contracts are purchasing. There's a statutory limit on how much money you can use a P card for. P card is a state credit card. If you go off contract, the state has contracts for everything you can think of, toilet paper, anything. If you go off contract and you go you go down to Rockies, or you go down to Home Depot, or you go down to White Mountain, whatever it's called, lumber, there's a limit on that. And the legislature decided years ago. We've raised that limit once, I think 3, maybe 4 years ago. But there's a limit, and the decision is that the policy decision, the policymakers, was that if you're going to spend a certain amount of money, over a certain amount of money, you should have a contract for it rather than just doing 5 or 6 trips. You can't do multiple trips to avoid going to council, for example. Like I can't do $6,000 twice at a hardware store because then I'm over the $10,000 limit and I should have gone to council for that, for example. And so there are things like that, those limits. There are some contracts though where you know we've made a renewed effort, and I think the council's actually aware of this, for the price limitation to matter. That when the contract runs out, and we've also tried to educate vendors to say the price limitation matters. And so in the past, historically, not in all cases, but there was a lot of sort of like, yeah, whatever, just spend the money and we'll do our retro. We'll go to council with a retro. I have a sense that the council has been anti-retroactive contracts that extend the price limit. And so we've tried to hold them to that. In sort of a couple of cases, we've actually made people stop using the contract, which means that there's a more cumbersome process you have to go to until a new contract is in place. I'm not aware of dramatic, so we've not received significant inquiries about it. So what I would love is, so you can send me the emails and I will immediately, like this week, have our staff reach out to each of those companies and sort of talk them through whatever needs to be done.
I appreciate that because when I'm hearing them, talking to them the last few days, it's like commerce has been disrupted. And we are questioning whether we want to be
surprisingly. So if you get me the information, we'll reach out today. I can just assure you from our standpoint, we've done one-off purchase orders, for example, with lots of, in any case where there's a service interruption, we've done a lot of one-off purchase orders, which is cumbersome and it's difficult to engage the same, but it's not difficult for the vendor.
Just one last thing, would you prefer Zoom call, 5 visits on a Zoom call, discuss this matter?
Say that again?
Would you prefer getting 5 visits on a Zoom call, discuss this matter,
I think the easiest thing is for me to just have the names like call them. It's like, we can do that this week rather than try to schedule a Zoom call. Okay. It'll be more efficient for them. Just email me the stuff and I'll rank it.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further questions for Commissioner Crapo? Hearing none, all in favor of items 64 through 70, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The items carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 71 through 119, with the exception of 109 from the Department of Environmental Services.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion of these items? Councilor Stevens.
Great, thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Agenda item 110. This is a dock permit, and I'm a bit concerned. There are 3 major requests, waivers that are being made. But what I'm seeing in a lot of our dock permits, there's no natural heritage bureau reporting, and it's inconsistent. But I'm really challenged by this contract. Additionally, agenda item 111, we are being asked to approve a contract where the property owner already did the work. They quote, "We did a project placing 4 logs under the eroded bank." So they're seeking approval after the fact. Quote, "We didn't think we needed a permit because the work was done by hand." And now there's to be an ecological review with no guarantee that that has been done. They're a threatened and endangered species, and I just think it's very irresponsible to put contracts like this forward. Thank you.
What number was that?
110 and 11.
Good afternoon, Governor and councilors. Real quick, just the clarification. So these are permits.
Right, exactly.
For public water. And to one of your points, it is not uncommon that we see compliance issues where people have done work without a permit. We resolve the compliance part, whether it's a penalty or whatever we do with people, but also we want them to then obtain the proper permit so that moving forward, all the conditions that you see in the permit are held, they're held to those. So it's important to us to have that permit in place, even if it is after the fact. So that's what you're seeing. So we don't encourage it. In fact, often we will be talking to them in a negative way about you did this wrong and here's your penalty type of thing. But that's what that's one of the items I think on 111 you were discussing.
Correct. After the fact, they're coming to us. There's not a full data check review document with this contract. And again, a threatened or endangered species has been flagged, and an ecological review is required. We don't know, based on what we have in our hands, if that happened.
So we can look at that more for the future. As I'm sure you're aware, as part of the initiative last year, the permitting side of this type of activity is now housed within the department. So we have our own ecological review section, which is part of this process. So I can bring that back and suggest that you want to see some something more obvious that there was a review done or not an issue. Does that sound correct?
Yes, when you look at a DES ecological review, there are certain steps. It's a 4-page document on what must take place if there's a threatened or endangered species, and a consult with Fish and Game is one of them. It's too loose. There's no indication if there's been any sort of follow-up. So I will be voting no on agenda item 111.
Councilor Kenny.
Thank you. Commissioner, 111, it looks like this one was submitted by the local conservation commission with regards to this project, and they found nothing wrong with this project.
They submitted comments with it, correct?
Okay. Were they negative comments or
They didn't have any comments. So the common practice is the draft will go to the conservation commissions, and we solicit feedback from them. Sometimes we don't get it. As often as not, it's because they don't have any issues.
So typically, when I look at these applications around, waters and water, which I represent most of it in the state, I rely on the local conservation commissions heavily. And if they were opposing Agenda 111, I would, table, request a table, or go back to the conservation commission to find out what the opposition is. But in both cases, I haven't heard any opposition on these agenda items. So, and what is this endangered species that we're talking about in Agenda 110?
I'm not sure. I don't know if Randy, do you know? Director Phillips, do you know? I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I'll be supporting both these items.
Councilor Stephen.
I had a question on 110, because I do the same thing that Council Penny does. And if you look at 110, Commissioner, and I did mention this to Rainey, I spoke to him earlier this week, and at the Conservation Commission there, in one of the letters in the back, does issue an objection because of dredging. They feel that this dock is going to need, this blue boathouse is going to need dredging and Elton. And I looked at the plans, and there's some conflicting information here, because in your requested action request here, and I rely a lot on what you say in your explanation, and it says that the plan approved by the department do not include dredging, and no dredging of the lake bed is authorized by this permit. That statement would tell me that the Conservation Commission's concern you took into effect. Am I correct there?
I apologize. I'm going to call Director Phillips here up since he's closer to this. I don't want to give you
And then if you could just, while you're answering that, Randy, there is a concern that they raised, and they bring up a separate section of the permit where the owners say there will be dredging to put this boathouse together. So it's just conflicting to me.
Yeah, on this particular one, the Calabro one we're talking about, that is one where I think Councilman Kenny and I have actually been on that site several times. We did address, they had a bald eagle issue, that's been, New Hampshire Fish and Wildlife addressed that. This is a piece of property, it's on Clay Point going into Roberts Cove, which I know you're familiar with.
I know it all, yeah.
And the slope is extremely high, it's probably 50 to 55%. Hence, they chose to put this over the water. It's in deep water in Roberts Cove, so there's no species issues involved. There's no dredging. It's pretty deep water. Matter of fact, the length of the breakwater, as you know, the gut of the lake goes right down Roberts Cove, which is dramatic winds and waves. But there is no dredging on this one. There is dredging on the one you and I talked about, I think 114, right, 114. The only time that we issue dredges is two situations generally when we issue a dredge permit. One would be if there's been a littoral shift, sand migration on the shore from existing structures where they've actually have a lot of infrastructure in place and they can no longer use the slips because of depth. That's one situation where we would grant a permit to dredge. Another situation is the one on 114 that you and I talked about, Councilor, yesterday, is where to minimize the space of the breakwater protruding further out into the lake, and this is the one that's on the south end of Rattlesnake, which is high wind. We approved them to move it in tighter, keep the structure as close to shore as we could. They're eligible for 2 slips. They have 104 feet of frontage, and I think we gave them 150 square foot area to dredge so they in fact could get the second boat slip in. And that again would be a situation where we look at the overall environmental impact and impact for the public trust. And we felt taking 2 cubic yards out of this one in the 150 square feet made sense to give them another slip. As you well know, most island properties would put in 2 slips. They generally have 2 boats, one they leave on site and one they use to travel back and forth to land. So the impact in Rattlesnake, once you get out 50 feet, the lake just goes into nowhere. It's gone. So that's why we granted that 150 square foot dredge.
So the Conservation Commission's concern in 110 is met, really. There'll be no dredging on 110. That's the only, in response to what Councilor Kenny said, I want to make sure we're adhering to what the Commission had said and what you had put in place. That's all I was wondering.
There are no further questions.
Sorry, Councilor Leo. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. This is number 108, which is an ARM grant to restore and enhance aquatic resourcing functions along the Mascoma River in Lebanon, which the Mascoma River provides drinking water for the city of Lebanon. I know that there is currently, I believe, a cyanobacteria bloom in Lake Mascoma, and will this project, I support this project wholeheartedly, but will this project and the river for its drinking water, will this work help with mitigating some of the cyanobacteria that's becoming more and more present in the lake, or is this addressing different issues?
Obliquely, this will help. As you mentioned, this is part of the Aquatic Resource Mitigation Fund, which is a fund that developers put into if they're not able to do anything, minimize, etc. So the values of the whether it's wetlands or shoreline, that this will foster, obviously help avoid that type of thing. In this case, you're going to see some spoil material, construction material, debris removed, which will also help. But one of the contributors to cyanobacteria is that loading that comes in from stormwater, and this will help. The end result will absolutely help in that respect.
Okay, thank you. And while you're here, I was copied on an email that included a letter from Casella to the Department of Environmental Services withdrawing their permit application. I think this was about the Dalton landfill. Is that correct?
They've withdrawn their wetlands application. They have other applications with us. One of them is a solid waste permit, which is in court now. They challenged that some months back, so they've not withdrawn those yet. But this is for the wetlands. That is correct for Dalton.
Okay, thank you. So this is not necessarily the end. This does not necessarily mean the end of that effort by Casella to explore a landfill in that area, but they have withdrawn their wetlands permit regarding that particular project.
I think that's the proper summary. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions for the Commissioner? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of items 71 through 119, with the exception of 109, signify by saying aye.
Aye. No on 111?
Got it. Thank you. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 120 through 125 for the Veterans Hall. So moved. Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 126 through 130 from the Department of Education.
Second.
Any discussion of these items? Counselor Stephen.
Good afternoon, Director and Committee, Department of Education.
Hi, Commissioner. I'm just questioning on 127, the fairness of this RFP. I know we spoke about that, but I want to just make sure, maybe your reasoning why I was concerned about, my concern is that if you look at the evaluation and the final number, 10 points, and 10 points made a big difference in this bid. And I understand that the low bidder put in all these exemptions, that your staff decided, you know, that would have been, we couldn't handle, and really that bid was not a real low bidder. And I appreciate their doing that. What I really don't appreciate here is not offering an even playing field for all vendors in all contracts. And so when I preface that, I'm prefacing that by saying, I look at your evaluation criteria, and I see that 10 points go to NHED experience. And it says, a strong understanding of the New Hampshire Education Department's current data systems and processes. There's no way these other vendors have a strong understanding of your data warehouse and your data system if they're not working inside your agency. So when you do issue an RFP, other states would sometimes share an appendix of all the different data fields, the areas that every department has, or the department issuing the bid, so that every vendor can look at it and have a fair playing field when they give you their response. Now, yes, they could ask questions, clarifying questions, and you could provide. But that's like one by one, and it's not the right way. Would you agree with me that this could have been done differently?
So I don't agree that it's an unfair bidding process to this vendor specifically. So the primary purpose of this contract is to align the Department of Education data warehouses with the SED, the Common Education Data Standards, which is a data standard for data warehouses driven largely by the U.S. Department of Education. And so experience with that was really what we were looking for, and the majority of the vendors that bid did not have experience. There were only 2 vendors that bid that had specific experience with that. And so it's not about what is in our data warehouse, it's designing a data warehouse for us that is going to be aligned with those federal standards. Relative to the contractors that bid on this, there are a number of contractors in this state that could have, or sorry, that have experience with the state that could have bid on this contract. I can think of about 5 right now that would have had similar experience going forward. This specific vendor, Double Line, was assigned to the Department of Education under a federal grant that we received in 2019 and continue to work with. And so we largely benefited from U.S. Department of Education experiences and resources assigned to us as participating in that grant. This grant vendor, having experience with the Department of Education, will have savings essentially for us in the essentially cost of us not having to provide additional staff services and support to them to help them through our IT processes, to train them on our the processes that are designed and required by DOIT. So that is why we put that primarily why we put that additional scoring in there, because even though the cost overall is higher, we wanted to make sure that we understood that there was a substantial advantage to going with a vendor that had this experience. We also don't have, unfortunately right now, when we were participating in the grant, we had somebody that was able to walk vendors through the work that had to be done with with the Department of Education warehouses, and we don't have those resources available to us anymore because the grant has long expired. So now that we're doing this phase 2 of this piece, we need to have a vendor that could come in and step in and do this work on their own, which is, again, why we added those additional points. And the last thing is right now, unfortunately, the Department of Education doesn't have a DBA that's available to assist on our DOIT team. Unfortunately, we've had 2 of
respectfully disagree with the fact that this was a competitive procurement.
Fair, and the department is also trying to be respectful of, I've been sitting here listening to you for a year, and the council does not seem to be a large fan of sole source contracts. And so in an ideal world, when we don't have competitive bids and the transparency that has been offered by this council, and if we were in the private sector, we likely would have done the sole source contract with the center. We were very happy with the work that the center had. But in the interest of transparency, we really thought it was in our best interest to put this out to RFP. Because, for example, if we had a vendor come back, that second vendor was like 2 or 3 times lower than the cost of the vendor that's doing that, then we would really need to reconsider this. So that, even though the one we went with is higher cost than the second one, we did really believe that this is the best cost for the state. Relative to the other vendors, so 5 of the vendors had no experience with the SED data standard, and that would have not been a vendor that we would have been willing to work with, because you have to have experience with this work for the U.S. Department of Education to be successful in this.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the commissioner? Hearing none, all in favor of items 126 through 130 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No on 127 and 128.
No on 127.
Okay, so the items carry, and I've had a request for a brief bathroom break. And so we will reconvene at 1:55. You have 9 minutes. Thank you.
You have to stay for an item? Oh, you're saying for that? Oh, yeah. I know. I have the fact sheet. Alex asked about whether he should be here. I'm like, he doesn't have to be here. Yeah. Yeah, it's up to you.
No, I'm good if you're good.
The second I say that, they'll
I know. The commissioner was going to pop back for it.
Oh, no. I think we're good.
Okay.
There's 126 people currently. I mean, I have the fact sheet.
Right. Yeah, I don't
so I
think
was
there's
just
anything
read from that.
that he could answer that you can't.
Right. Exactly.
But, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I should have figured that out.
No, and so we didn't want to.
Well, no, I appreciate the support, but after what your department needs to go through, I wouldn't want you to have to stay any longer. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. You've had to sit through all of ours when we used to be first on the agenda. Yeah.
I know, and now I feel bad.
Yeah, we are. We have no idea when we should show up, so we
It's hard to
listen.
know. Yeah. But then I get paid because sometimes they like start moving fast.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
You can't predict it, and I'm like, oh, no.
And then I get so I'm not even paying attention to work.
I
It's
know.
not like I might as well listen to work.
I know, because all you're doing is listening to that.
Right.
I'm like, oh, faster. I better go. Like,
And I had a couple of people call me, and I'm like,
Hey, George. All right, how are you? Good.
yeah, no, we're fine. If something comes up. When is the contract expire? That would be the only thing.
yeah, it's the end of the next fiscal year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be fine.
I thought so.
I'll be fine. And then I might eat my words, but we'll see.
Hey.
And then I'll see you on July.
I was going to say, I'll be at that meeting anyway, I'm sure, so
Yes.
that's fine. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for
sorry you can't. That's okay. We block off the whole day now. We don't schedule it.
It's not, I mean, well, especially when people come to, like, it's really kind of block.
Do we know where they're going the first time?
I don't, because they're ready to go.
Oh, yeah. Steven. So
I think that's actually amazing. That's at least an easy one.
Yeah. Right. Get out of here while you can.
Okay, right. Well, have a good eye.
So how long do you have to wear the boots? Or the
what happened was trying to renew an orthopedics procedure. They didn't expire. Yes, they have to pay for 2 months. The same kind of thing I had for 3 years. So I was going back to the surgery a lot. So you have to have a year. But then the next day, I got called when I got home and say, "It's huge."
When was that?
Last week.
So you had that for how long?
I had it because of the spider foot injury, so I was sitting on
Oh, yeah, yeah. I have, yeah, if anybody needs something, let me know.
yeah, medical equipment.
Yeah. Crutches.
So, yeah, so I'm still waiting.
Oh.
To go in and find out, but I think this is what they're going to say. 6 weeks. The problem is, I thought it was the same issue, pain coverage. I thought it was something like
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Right, right, yeah.
Stepping on balls.
Yeah, that's what I do every morning. I have one outside my bathroom at night in bed. I'll feel it. So if I have to get up, yes, if I have to get up to the bathroom, I have to do it.
I'm going to guess that's why 2 months later, it's still plastic. I'm like, how do you not heal? Trying to push it in tight.
Oh, yeah.
4-mile walks.
Shut it all down.
So the first day I put it in the I was like, freaking broke today on the marble steps. Walking up there.
Really?
Yeah.
So you might have to get a new one. Yeah. When you go to the doctor's office, they come out with the one. They're always trying to push that stuff. That's why the TME is one of the highest Medicaid fraud areas. Yeah. They're always pushing that stuff.
So my medical
Oh,
so they have one benefit. Walk down the PT.
Oh, that's good.
While I'm out today and I'm really pushing how much?
Yeah. Stepping it out. Before it was.
If whatever let go, I think it's back support let go. Now I can feel it.
Oh,
Yeah, most likely. Most likely. And I swear the pain was the same. So I didn't say, okay, I need to go to the doctor's for it. It's the same thing they gave me.
and it wasn't broken before?
Yeah. A couple of x-rays showed the same thing they break. But I found tried to cut my saw that. It really didn't help. And I actually found it over the counter.
Yeah.
About $60 each. But it was designed more for metatarsal, whatever it is. And groups, and it worked really well. Rigidity is super high. It's really exciting. All of a sudden it stopped working. I woke up and the pain didn't make any sense. Now I know why, but I have no idea how it works. That's the embarrassing part. What do you mean? Well, it's definitely horrible guys. But that one's clearly not. I haven't been good about that. I wouldn't say aggressive. I've had it in the food. I'll take on those guys protectively. Like somebody said about the Congo. Like, winning ugly is still winning. It may not be the best for the injury, but sometimes it's better for the mind. Usually I'll go home, it's time to start doing yard work or something. So I'll put on a good stiff pair of boots. Not trip on this. Yes.
And you have to walk it out, or
Well, partner will walk the dog, but normally that's ourselves. We have, like you said, is the team we've been allowing to present us with stuff going to be risk averse and uncreative, or are they going to be like we can't go on? Clearly, a lot of them are. Oh, really?
I wonder if they do Washington. Oh, not like Washington. I'm talking about both.
Yeah.
on the Lottery Commission. So I would ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 131 of the Lottery Commission.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 132 through 149 with the exception of 146. With the exception of 146. And is there a motion and a second on that?
So moved.
Second. And I will note for the record that 146 was pulled by the agency. So is there any discussion of the other items? Councilor Kenny?
Good afternoon, Governor, council members. For the record, Bob Quinn for the province of.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. How are you doing today?
Good, sir.
Good. I just wanted to compliment Department of Safety for the one system that was newly improved, if you will, and implemented and it's up and running. In regards to people who are close to the jail, that the system is running across board here in New Hampshire, law enforcement, local law enforcement, the system. And is that something that when we had around people after the Microsoft went to suicide or murder, as you said, murder suicide, that was something we talked about in depth. And I thought that the police officers and other state police officers, when they were doing the voting, said they were very staying told to make it all and filtered, and they were excited. They were very happy with the self-aligned and that all the last few days. So just really confident safety, but working on that.
Sure, I'm going to wait, and I know that the governor will be involved in a complete rollout of this with all the stakeholders and the teams who are working on it, but I think you'll see more to come in the near future.
Great. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Councilor Stephen?
Yes, thank you, Governor. On 142, it's to increase the yearly increase of step from Director Woolley. And I wanted to take this opportunity on behalf of the council, I'm sure that my colleagues agree, that during our most recent first annual CPR challenge, Director Woolley was really the coordinator behind all the EMS and the first responders that did the training. And I wanted to just ask you, Commissioner, that I know from my standpoint and others, we met with him in Concord here. At the end of the event, I think we trained over 2,600 people in the state. And Director, without his assistance, we could not have achieved that benchmark and reach our goals. So I just wanted to say thank you to him and let you know how appreciative I know I am, and I'm sure my colleagues are as well.
And back at you, I want to say thank you to you because it was your idea that really got this up and running.
I know Councilor Hill wants to win the challenge next year if she gets reelected.
As a matter of fact, yes, I've already been plotting and planning, but I also wanted to extend my thanks to our 911 division, and I know that you recently spoke at an event recognizing first responders, particularly EMS, for who had saved lives in the Monadnock region, and I offered commendations to your department as well, the 911 folks, and so just also want to extend my appreciation to all of them. I know it takes a team, and they're a really great part of the team, and I think you have a great team.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions for the Commissioner? Hearing none, all in favor of items 132 to 149, with the exception of 146, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 150 through 157 from the Department of Justice.
So moved. Second.
none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 160 through 169 from the Department of Health and Human Services Division for Behavioral Health. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to remove from the table item 118 from the Department of Health and Human Services Division for Behavioral Health.
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there a second to remove the motion to remove from the table item 118? Will we deal with? No. Okay, so 118 will remain on the table. There's no discussion. I just want everyone to know the implications of this because it expires in September, and it will be important that we provide treatment recovery services for that area of the state. Otherwise, we will go without, and that would be really bad. Councilor Stevens.
And once again, I will speak out in support of this contract. The door waits for unmet needs, and these funds could make the difference between somebody staying sober or relapsing, so it's critical.
Thank you. So I will ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 170 through 175 from the Department of Health and Human Services Division for Children, Youth, and Families.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Governor. In regards to agenda item 170, well, good afternoon, Commissioner, and good afternoon, Ms. Noonan. This is a $1.3 million sole source contract amendment for youth counselor staffing at SYSC, and we have gone through 9 amendments with this contract, and we're now at $6.4 million. And I have some questions as we approach the 9th amendment. So we're now reaching $6.4 million in general funds for temporary youth counselors, providing staff support, and I believe on average there are 18 staffers. Is there a long-term plan to transition these temporary positions into permanent state employee positions? And what is the current vacancy and staffing level at SYSD at this time?
Thank you for the question. I'll let Marie answer on the vacancy rate, but Counselor, to your question about the contract. This contract first happened during the time of COVID, as I'm sure you remember, and it has always been the goal to not have reliance on the contract. Throughout the many decades, actually many budget cycles, not this budget cycle, but even as 2018 times in 2018, we have lost positions with different budget cycles. Not so much the case right this budget cycle. So when you look at some of the leaning in on that, if there's a need to fill staff gaps with staffing, particularly right now. And the goal has always been if we could hire staff through that contract and then have them become full-time permanent youth counselors, which I believe Marie can speak to in some cases that has happened.
Thank you for the question, Marie Noonan, DCYF Director. So we have 45 full-time youth counselor positions, 4 of which are vacant currently, and we do have 12 current filled employees who are impacted by workers' comp, and so they are not fully working in their positions today.
So we are dependent on what was Maxim and now Emergis to supplement those state employees.
Yes.
So given the ongoing staffing challenges and concerns with safety, is the department currently relying on any sort of
counselors are mandated to work overtime shifts at the facility, in addition to the staffing support. The staffing support also work overtime. Certainly that's not mandated for them, but we do mandate currently for the youth counselors.
Were there any significant safety incidents or staffing shortages or operational concerns reported over the weekends of June 6th and 13th?
So certainly there are occasions when we have to work with youth who are experiencing symptoms and challenges in their behaviors. And we certainly rely on our staff and our trained staff to be able to use their crisis de-escalation techniques. Maxim or Emeritus contractors are also part of that cadre of support to staff the youth and support them through any challenges that they have. So we do occasionally have times when youth experience those challenges in the facility.
Has the department seen an increase in youth placements within the crisis stabilization unit? Is that becoming more common?
I don't know if I can say it's more common. Our crisis stabilization unit is a unit that's available. We work with our clinical department for youth being recommended to that unit, and that remains a unit available when it requires that kind of special attention for youth with clinical.
And was a child admitted for treatment following the weekend of the 13th?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Was a
share.
child transported for any sort of medical care or admitted?
I'm not sure because of HIPAA and confidentiality, if we'd be able to confirm that through counsel.
Thank you. Emeritus has certain hiring requirements, and with specific education and experience qualifications, does the department feel that these requirements are sufficient to ensure staff have the training and experience necessary to work with the acuity, the level of demands with this population?
Similar to any state staff that are hired, this work isn't for everyone. And so we sometimes do find that, like state youth counselors who are hired, some emeritus staff go through some of the training or all of the training, or may begin to work shifts, and we may realize or they may realize that the job is not the right fit for them. And that would be the same, again, for state youth counselors as it is for emeritus.
They require only 6 months experience working in organized group activities such as camp counseling, boys or girl scouting, school or church programs. Do you feel that they're hitting the ground qualified to do this work?
I certainly think some are, and again, some we or they realize this job is not the right fit for them.
The vendor is responsible for background checks, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain the verification, the process that they have for doing so?
I can't explain that to you specifically. I know that certainly they conduct background checks. I know they receive photo identification for people, but beyond that, I can't share any more specifically.
Well, I will just add, they're required to do the same background checks that we are, and to be able to share that information with us if there's a concern.
And just one final question, concern. 3 weeks ago, there were reports that one of these contracted employees was dismissed, and there are concerns regarding the identity of this individual, whether an alias was being used. Can you clarify whether that employee was terminated for that reason, for providing an alias?
I can't confirm whether anyone provided an alias. I can confirm that we often dismiss emeritus employees if we have concerns with them.
I just want to follow up that it was reported on June 16th that a former SYSD staff member had used an alias to hide their identity and gain access to employment. There are reports that the true identity of this person was on the sex offender registry. So there are real concerns about the background checks that this vendor is doing. Yeah.
Well, I would just say they're required to do and follow all of the same things that we have, and they're required to document that. So if there's anything there that falls out of that, we would need to look into that. But that, I don't think that is right now something that at least I'm aware of, so we can look into that.
No, I would appreciate it because, you know, it's reported that the true identity of the person, if this is factually correct, they are a registered sex offender.
Yeah, there's multiple, I don't know what the contractor does, but there's also, particularly when working with direct care patients, whether that's adults or children, I'm sure you're aware, there's several registries that we run names through, but we're running the name that has been given to us.
Again, but this person supposedly provided an alias and got through. Thank you.
I can't confirm the accuracy of that, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councilor Stephen.
I'd like to add to that because I've had a conversation with the JPPO that mentioned that. And I'm very concerned because I asked your staff, Commissioner, and I thank you for getting back to me on the name I provided you in the background check. And you indicated, I asked you what your background procedures were. And you indicated that at the New Hampshire Hospital, we do 3 background checks. This individual worked at the New Hampshire Hospital, and he gave me the time period, and it was after his convictions for aggravated criminal sexual assault, the rape of a child under 13 years of age. There was also indication from the JPPO that this individual was at YDC working, and that this company, which is a legitimate inquiry that we have here, that this company was allowing or did miss this background check. It could have been for an alias, but I don't know the reasons. But I can tell you that there's major concern. But this individual did work at the New Hampshire Hospital after he was convicted in 2011 of 3 counts of aggravated criminal sexual assault. Let me finish. And the question I'm asking now is on the background checks. Because what's important is you're asking us to approve this contract today. I have no confidence unless I can find out otherwise, and you can tell me that I'm incorrect in my investigation, my own investigation, that the background checks are being done appropriately to protect children and safety. In fact, this individual was released. But I went back to the original contract, the maximum. And the original contract says that the contractor shall authorize the department to conduct a criminal background check for all staff, including volunteers, providing direct services to clients under the agreement. The contractor shall release the results to the department to ensure no convictions for the following crimes. And there's a list of felonies. So I guess my question then is, did anyone at the department conduct in the last year to an individual employee that was alleged to have committed aggravated felony sexual assault convictions, and the name of the employee I gave you yesterday, did the department do any work in making sure that that individual should not be working at the youth development center?
So I want to be clear, you gave me 2 names.
Yeah.
We looked at both names, and we have subsequently provided a response to you regarding those 2 names, and I'm going to let Melissa follow that up, because there are 2 names, and we have one that was employed with us, and the other one is not somebody that's employed with us.
If I can just, Melissa, thank you so much for your answer. If I can just add to that, because what you did not give me the answer was whether the individual name I gave you, names, because there was 2, ever worked for a contractor of the Department of Health and Human Services, which you could easily look up. And I never got that answer, and so I gave you time to look into that. Have you looked into that?
Thank you. So for the record, Melissa Saints here. I'm the Chief Legal Officer for the Department of Health and Human Services. Because we hold many contracts, and it wasn't specific in your email as to which facility we were talking about and which contractor we were talking about, I was only able to, in time for, you know, me to send an email about an hour ago, get information about one of the names being hired by one contractor. Now that I know the name of the contractor that you're looking for, I can certainly go back and we can review that and get back to you on that information.
I would appreciate you getting back to me, and I also would state for the record of the individual that you gave me information to work for the Department of Health and Human Services after he was convicted of aggravated felonious sexual assault. So there's issues here we want to look into. I'm going to motion to table this contract until I get the answers to what my questions are. And because we are being asked to continue to hire this company, that we are questioning these background checks and who's doing them, how they're being done, whether they're putting any children at risk of their safety. So unless you tell me that there's an absolute emergency need, we have to have this contract. Would that table motion have any consequence at all to the current staffing issues we have at the Youth Development Center?
I'll let them answer, but to speak to your previous statement, the two names that you had given, the one name that was, at least in public record, convicted of this felonious sexual assault, was not an employee at the department at any time. We have the other name that you had given. We did have that employee, but it looks to be two different individuals and not the same person. I did not, as I just mentioned, check to see on the Amerigis specific contract as to whether or not that individual was hired by Amerigis. I certainly will go back and look at that, and then I'll let them answer the rest of the question.
Thank you, Melissa.
I just want to be able to respond. Obviously, we agree that safety is important when we're doing screening. You gave me that request very late yesterday without any context. So I think it's only fair to give Melissa the chance to be able to run that through. But we're able to, as she said, verify that they're two different individuals, and they're the one that worked for us did not have the record. So will this contract getting tabled impact the facility? 100%. 100%. We are right now in a staffing situation where we have to rely upon some of those staff to make ratios. I would say to you, if we go back and we find that, we can terminate the contract, we can pull the contract. I don't have, until we look at that, knowledge of the, how definitive it is, but I will just tell you that contract expires in 2 weeks. So by the time we get to the 7-8, where I'm going to have to either mandate more overtime or be short on staff, which is a safety risk in the facility, which it is right now. I don't have enough staff.
Councilor Stevens?
I've always been challenged with this contract and reviewing it for the 10th time and seeing how low the bar is set on expectations, but then learning that someone used an alias potentially to gain employment, was charged with felonious sexual assault of a minor under the age of 13 and sexual assault of a minor under the age of 16. And to have to approve state resources to a vendor who has been absolutely irresponsible, if this is correct. But it's disturbing to me. And I would like to know the terms for the termination of that Amerigis employee 3 weeks ago. Thank you.
Councilor Leo Hill?
Thank you. We were notified by the child advocate a few months ago of serious concerns with staffing practices at the youth detention center. The Attorney General's office has said that they were going to conduct an investigation. I would appreciate if you could give us an update. I am struggling, my struggle with this contract, in addition to the concerns they have about the background practices and the staffing qualifications, is really partially also about what are the findings of the AG's investigation, and how are we making sure that we're incorporating those findings course corrections that may be needed, if they are needed, into this next contract. Clearly, business as usual is not acceptable going forward at the Youth Detention Center. And my concern right now is about approving a contract for staffing that is a continuation of what we've been doing for the last several years. So I guess first of all, can you address the status of the aging investigation, please?
Absolutely, happy to do so. Again, for the record, Associate Attorney General Christopher Bond. Happy to give an update on the investigation. So we have 5 investigative personnel assigned, 3 attorneys, 2 investigators. They've talked to at least 40 witnesses. They've reviewed 300 hours of video. They've looked at many thousands of pages of documents, including information received from the OCA. So it's a very comprehensive review, and we will be, that will be concluding shortly. You'll see something from us soon. And as long as I expected this meeting to go, it won't be by the end of this meeting, unfortunately. So, but I will say, to your concerns about the contract, I just would remind all the counselors that P37, standard agreement, paragraph 9.1, does allow for the state to terminate with 30 days notice. So in the event that there was something substantive in our review that made you think, well, this is untenable, the state does have options to terminate a contract if that became necessary. So I don't want council to feel as if they're stuck between either reading them shorthanded or the state is just stuck with this contract long term. So I know that wasn't part of my update, but I just thought I'd give you that context as well. But very soon, I do expect you'll see something very soon.
And do you expect that that Attorney General's investigation, that report is going to include some recommendations about staffing procedures and protocol?
It will probably have some sort of recommendation about staffing in some way. I don't think I can say anything more right now.
The child advocate offered an appendix to a letter that she had provided to us, and one of the recommendations that she made, this is recommendation number 3 on the appendix that she provided to us on April 17th, addendum rather, on April 17th of 2026, and where among her recommendations, she included specifically engage youth counselors in more intensive evidence-based training on trauma-informed care such as trust-based relational intervention or collaborative and proactive solutions. Is this, has that recommendation been incorporated into this contract?
So youth counselors receive the same initial and the same training as the youth counselors do. And part of the youth counselor training involves TCI, which is our trauma-informed model used at the facility. So whether you are an Emeritus employee or a youth counselor, you're receiving the same training.
Right, and I think that what the child advocate was saying in her letter to us is that the current training is deficient based on the practices that she observed in her report. And so it sounds to me like if that is the case, then would we not want to include in this contract addendum certainty that at a minimum that this contracted vendor will be providing additional training or more adequate training to address some of these deficiencies?
So we would want the same training provided to youth counselors as Emeritus, so we wouldn't want the Emeritus staff coming in with a different model of training. So while we're awaiting recommendations, while we're currently assessing our programming and what maybe should be done differently, what we should continue with, whether we engage in a new model of trauma-informed care is part of what we're discussing, but we would want it to be consistent between our Emeritus staff and our youth counselor staff.
I can understand that, but we're being asked with our backs against the wall right now because this is going to, in 2 weeks, this is going to expire, and so now, and we've been told that if we don't pass this contract, then there's going to be unsafe conditions, working conditions. I find this position oddly reminiscent of last year when I felt the same way in council, the last fiscal meeting of the year, that we were presented with sometimes intolerable choices. And I find this to be another intolerable choice. I'm not interested in endorsing the status quo when we clearly have issues with staffing practices at the youth detention center. I don't, help me to understand what the right decision, what the right course of action here is, because I don't want to endanger the safety of our employees, whether they are state employees or contracted employees. I also don't want to simply continue with status quo that is unacceptable. So what choice do I have here?
I would concur with you that we don't want to endorse status quo. That's not what we're looking to do either. So part of it is our expectation. I don't know, they're going to give me the report of what it says, but it is my expectation that there'll be a corrective action plan in there, and that means change. I think what Marie is referring to is that even waiting for that, she's not waiting for that, she's making changes where she can. Whether that's training, whether that's staffing, whether that's leadership, whether that's peer counseling, what it might be, whatever she can do right now, she's not sitting for status quo, and we can't. So I would agree with you 100%, and we want to be able to make improvements and have the best facility running the best program. That's ultimately the goal. We're in a tough spot right now where we don't have enough staff. That's not new to these instances, right? There's been a long-standing issue happening with YDC even from the past, and that does cast a shadow over potential people wanting employment there, right? So, you know, we're battling up against all of that. We need to find staff. I will tell you, we do not want to have any reliance on any staffing contract. It is the goal, and I'm hoping that through the DOJ report, we're going to be able to say, this is what we need, and I know we have the governor's support to be able to restore staff so that we can get to where we need to be. So I think we're all pointed in the right direction. I don't want you to feel like you're back against the wall. I think Attorney General Bond is correct that if we find out something in a week, if Councilor Stephen, if you find that's true, then we will take action on that contract. Right, so we're pledging to the same thing that you are, but I'm in a gap of time right now. So I mean, if that means that Marie maybe is putting an extra scrutiny on if you end up approving this contract until we can validate any of these concerns or affirm that they're not true, we can do that. But this isn't like just take the status quo and do whatever. We're not in any position to do that, nor do we want to.
Does this contract allow you to deal with the background issues that have been addressed? And does it allow you, to, if there are recommendations that come from the AG's investigation, as well as the recommendations from the child advocate, does this contract allow you to implement those? Or would that require another amendment or something? Does this contract give you the ability to enforce, changes if we decide that those are necessary?
So I want to make sure I'm understanding what your question is.
Like if we decide to go to a different trauma-based approach, if we find clearly the child advocate thinks the current one is in.
We would not be locked in, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
No, the state makes the determination about, the department makes the determination about the operating model. We're going to take all of the recommendations, OCA, from DOJ, from everyone, and put that into what does that look like for enhancing. We have a base model. It needs some support. So I wouldn't lock us into anything. The only thing that allows us right now is to keep staffing, to keep the facility running until we can get on our feet.
And what happens if we table this until the July 8th meeting? What are the consequences of tabling this until the July 8th meeting?
Well, we won't have enough staff to be able to run. We're short right now because we have 12 people out with injury, right? Even though maybe half of those are light duty, we still have 6 that are out, right? So this contract is backfilling some of that lift for that. So that would mean that I would have to increase mandated overtime for other people within the department which would be also more expensive, and in addition to their regular full-time job, to be able to fill those gaps. And Marie mentioned we're mandating for YCs, but I would have to then go beyond that. So there would be consequences to that because I need the staff.
Councilor Stevens.
I'm going to motion the table, and I don't accept that. You're the department commissioner. You can come up with an alternative if the concerns we raise are valid. And all we're asking for is to make sure, because I do not want to be a counselor that continues to pay for a company working with the department. Because I look at the original contract, it's the department that oversees eventually those background checks. I want to be assured that this individual, aliases or no aliases, because the Department of Safety is able to tell whether or not this individual is a sex offender, were they working at the YDC, and who knew about it, and what this contractor's process is in putting, allegedly, a guy who was convicted of 3 counts in 2011 of aggravated homicide. I'm going to motion to table this contract until we get the answers. And I'll ask the governor to bring us back to an emergency meeting if we have to. But I want answers to that question before I can say yes to this contract. So I move the table.
May I respond before you?
Yes.
I would respond to that again, I will reiterate that we all want the same thing when it comes to the checks and the validation. I have committed to that. I did say I didn't have options. I don't have good options. My options of mandating overtime are not going to be, well, one, they're more expensive, but two, it's creating an additional burden on the facility, so on the department. So I will have to do that. If you table this contract, I'm going to do it. I'll have to do that. So you say I didn't say I had options. I had options, but they're not good options.
Is there any further discussion? There's a motion to table. Is there a second to that?
Second.
And can you remind me the number of
170.
170. All in favor of tabling item 170, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No. All right, the motion carries and the item is tabled. Are there discussion of the remaining items? Councilor Stevens.
174, this is the Waypoint contract and also Family Resource Center. And I noticed it's 20, I don't know if it's 22%, but the general fund component was the question I had. Are we actually maximizing all we can get from the federal government? Because I know when I read the contract, it talked about the actual services of motivational interviewing. And as you know, that's eligible for Title IV-E drawdown at 50% federal, 50% general. When I look at this contract and see that the general fund is 77%, I don't want to say no to this contract, but I want to make sure that we're maximizing our dollars from the federal government. So you've got to tell me, why are we not drawing down 50% FFPS, Federal First Family First monies for motivational interviewing?
Because of the interactions that the vendors are having with clients and with arranging service supports and services that they need, we believe that the 23% of motivational interviewing is an accurate reflection of the work that they're doing with families.
So they're doing 23% of the service already is motivational interviewing?
Correct.
Okay. Then there's people in the office at Waypoint and Gorham that are actually doing administrative work. There's all kinds of other things that beyond that 23% that absolutely are claimable under the Federal 4E. So I'm not going to say no to this. We need this contract, but I'm going to ask you to make sure that you're doing the most maximum administrative claiming, not just on the delivery of the service that we're doing. And I'd like to have a report back that either we're going to be claiming for admin or we're not. And the reason why we're not is if we're not claiming admin today, that's a big gap. And our general fund it's costing our taxpayers. No further questions, please. There's no response. I just want a response back.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Any further discussion of the remaining items? So I would ask for approval for items 171 through 175. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Items carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 176 from the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Economic So moved. Second. Any discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 177 from the Department of Health and Human Services, blank flip phone. So moved. Any discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 178 from the Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Health Access.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 179 through 182 from the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Long-Term Supports and Services.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 183 through 188 from the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Medicaid Services.
So moved.
Second. Is there any discussion of these items? Councilor Stevens.
My question on 186. And I've looked at the contract, Commissioner Director, and I guess the way, the reentry contract, maybe you can explain to them 184, the difference between 184 and 186.
Sure. The one that speaks to navigation, which I believe is 184, that is the key thing for the reentry program is to make sure that people have the health care services they need when they leave incarceration. And so maintaining insurance, if you think about it, a successful reentry may lead to a job. The job may lead to no longer qualifying for Medicaid. We don't want there to be a relapse in recidivism because they don't maintain insurance or know how to keep that. So the idea is to support the counties in particular who don't have a lot of staffing to support this kind of activity, to help them keep people covered on the insurance side. The other contract, 186, is the one that deals with, we have to roll out in all 10 counties between now and the end of the year. The youth component, which was part of the Consolidated Appropriation Act of all states, that's to provide support for the youth leaving the SYSC, but also youth leaving other settings. And so while we're doing that and how we approach the state facilities, we did both programs at one time because, in terms of trying to fit healthcare into the incarcerated setting, it takes some work to do that. It's not an easy process, and it's going to be even harder at the county level because the number of sentenced individuals, or we call adjudicated individuals, is a much lower percentage. So they have health care services and other things in place. We need to sort of feather that in so we're not disrupting for those that are not eligible for the program because they're not adjudicated. The counties have somewhere in the low to mid 20% of adjudicated people who are eligible for the program.
So the only issue then I have, thanks for the explanation, Director. The 186 seems to be a really expensive contract compared to 184. Yeah. And I mean, I understand the HMA rates, again, we're talking $400, $350 an hour, big development and big deliverable costs. And yet we are talking about, and I'm looking at the item, just from my own experience, what you're asking them to do, support coordination between the counties and also the state prison. Re-entry is important. And then facilitating training, reporting, policy development, program oversight. You're going to have to really convince me that our state employees can't do this. And we want to be able to bring a contractor in here to do this at such a high level, and we're going to waste $1.5 million rather than hire all the state employees.
So this is not something that would be needed long term. It's to get to 10 counties. We only really have one person who oversees this program. And I can tell you from our experience working with the state prisons that it's really intensive work to work things through, and we just don't have the bandwidth. And once we get it established, we won't need that level of support. And we were able to, knowing we had this requirement under federal statute to implement it, we went after grant money to make sure that we had the ability to execute on the requirement. And we did it do a competitive bid. You can see the scoring in there, and the companies that bid on it are companies that have some experience in the space that there aren't a lot of people who have experience. In New Hampshire, I think, was second in standing up a program, and I would say that, while states have received the same waiver, there are very few as far ahead as New Hampshire's in terms of implementing it, and it requires constant maintenance. The state prison system, we have to do a lot of work there. We can consume that one person right there. We really don't have the bandwidth to get to the 10 counties without this support.
So, I appreciate that, and I'm just, I hope you can appreciate where I'm coming from.
Yes,
we're now asking HMA to roll this program out, implementation, and do the facility. We're not cultivating our own state employees within to grow it, and when they're gone, this is such an important program. So what are we going to do, put in the budget state employees?
No, this effort will require us to, it's not like we're going to give them, say, do the 10 counties. Our people
will be working
with them and directing them. I mean, they really have to know New Hampshire, I think, to be effective here. We've been meeting, we've met with all the counties at least one time, been on site to kind of get an understanding of readiness and what would be required of each particular county. And to put this together requires other parts of the department to support it, whether it be managed care operations, whether it be the pharmacy, as examples. So there are people that, and myself and my deputy and others, we know quite a bit, but we just can't do it with everything else we have to do.
I don't disagree. I just feel like every time we get these contracts like this is a program, operation. This is not anything sophisticated. And I always seem to get answers that it's too complex.
Yeah.
You can't hire state employees to do this. I don't see this as being one of those.
Yeah, I think you're correct in terms of that there is a certain amount of, it's just being there and having the workforce, but it's only a temporary component that we need to do this on. And then we can assess what we really need. And it is 100% federally funded. So, I think that among things that could be more perfect, it could be more perfect, but we don't really have that opportunity. There wasn't anybody else who bid on it, and we don't have the capability within the current situation to hire the kind of staff to make it happen in the time frame we need to.
So my final point then on this is, and I think it's important though, it's good, really important to the state, and to have that transition to help them so they don't facilitate. But then that's an issue for the state and the policy makers. And this is going to be an important program for the legislature during the next budget session. So I understand, you're telling me it's a short term, it's not a long-term fix. You could not find state employees to do this or whatever the reason is. You decided to go and get a contractor to do it. Will you commit to at least working with the governor and the legislature to see can the state employees take over some of this program going forward?
I would think that that's what would have to happen going forward. So yes, we would.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Leopold.
I think that's a great solution that you have just talked about, and I appreciate this exchange that we've just witnessed, because we just approved $8 million of overtime for corrections. So it's a lot more expensive than this contract is continuing to have to pay for people to be behind bars. So recidivism is a lot more expensive than this contract. Running a prison is probably one of the most expensive operations of our state government, and maybe of any enterprise. It's a very expensive endeavor. And so the more we can do to support people who are leaving the prison to not come back, the better. So I think that it will be, hopefully, we will see results from the work that we do with this contract in 186, and also the contract with, I think 187 is another one. and 184. These are all about recidivism and lowering our recidivism rates, supporting people who are coming out of incarceration to be successful in their communities so that they don't relapse, they don't end up back in prison because they don't have access to health care, because they don't have access to medication that they might need to be able to function, that they don't have, that there are not unnecessary obstacles in their path. So my hope is that by approving these contracts, we will get the results that then hopefully the legislature will be amenable to listening, and we can be a little smarter in our next budget.
Any further questions for the director or the commissioner? Councilor Leopold.
Thank you. Number 188, while you're here, we had a good conversation about this item yesterday, and can you just talk briefly about this? I think what I learned from speaking with you is that our Delta Dental, our adult Medicaid dental program, is something that we set. It's similar to our Medicaid program in that we set it for a certain amount, but then we know there's going to be an amendment required during the year based on our actual experience. So we sort of set the contract initially based on our projection with the future, and then at some point, I think with Medicaid, it's typically twice a year that we make those amendments. With this dental program, once a year maybe, but we're making this based on our experience. This is not an unanticipated amendment that's being, we're not surprised that we have to make this change now. Is that correct? That this is a routine amendment?
Yes. Price limitation is established each year because, as you described, we have to look at experience and number of people involved and everything to set the appropriate amount. And we have to get approval each year, every 12 months at least, on a rate at CMS.
Thank you. Councilor Kenny.
Thank you. And I just want to congratulate you on this program, because when it's developed, that program for years, and the fact that we're still talking about it and moving forward with it, considering at least $29,000 is quite extraordinary. Because I can remember years ago, this would be considered something. We're on the national Medicaid directive for keeping this program alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Any further questions? Hearing none, all in favor of items 183 through 188, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Obviously, okay, so those pass. Ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 189 through 190 for the Department of Health and Human Services and Hampshire Hospital.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 191 through 199 from the Department of Health and Human Services Division of Public Health.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion of these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item is carried. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda items 200 through 206A from the Department of Administrative Services.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion of these items? Councilor Kenny.
Thank you. Charlie Arlinghouse, I'm the Commissioner of Administrative Services today.
So, Commissioner,
Yes.
we know the state government's moving forward, but we have honored every day that are rebuilding state property.
Yes, we did.
And so in my mind, I'm thinking, we're reinsured for that building, are we going to build that building back up again? So have we communicated with, the people that are involved in the purchase sale?
So big picture, that building was not insured, that particular building for obvious reasons, right, because it was falling down. We're not going to rebuild the building, that would be silly, and I don't think the buyer wants that. We are in communication with the buyer. There's currently an active fire marshal investigation into the fire, which obviously is fairly suspicious. I'm not really surprised at anybody. So, but we're in constant contact with the buyer, and I don't think it's a material. I don't think this has an effect on the sale.
Not going to be a deal breaker. Okay, design that. Thank you.
Well, we hope not at this point. That's a big project.
You want to check?
Yeah, great. Councilor Leona.
Thank you, and I don't know when to raise this, but I've had some constituents who have reached out to me because they're interested in seeing that there's, I guess, some recognition of what happened there on that property, and that there be some sort of a memorial or a, so I just want to put that out there. I'm interested in speaking further with you, but I think some kind of way of acknowledging the painful past for some people, I think would be very meaningful, and I hope that there's a way that we can consider that as we, as we consider the future of that.
We've actually had discussions for a couple of years now, and a lot of people have contacted over the time, but not just on, excuse me, the painful past, but also a recognition of there are a lot of people who went through there who need to be remembered. There are a lot of people who worked there who were not bad actors who need to be remembered, and all of that. And we've had outreach with the buying team about that. It's really sort of in their ballpark. But in addition to that, people probably know there's a cemetery that's not on the site, but is relatively nearby, and that's also a wonderful way to remember. And all of those discussions are happening. I think the buying group is very sympathetic.
Thank you.
Just to add to that, with the discussions about the museum, the Center, this is a three-phase project. I think the developer will be considered in the second phase. We will discuss with that with Kevin Smith. They're all about preserving the legacy of the state property in some fashion. But I think the Historical Resource Division has been contacted about that concept. But I think it's going to take a lot of partners eventually to create some type of task force or committee to bring in different components of that state property, from residents to relatives, people who work there, to the historical aspect of it. But it's going to be a fun project. It's going to be a meaningful project when we get to it.
And people may know there's still a trust fund that spends some modest amount of money that still takes care of people in that population.
Any further questions for the Commissioner? Hearing none, all in favor of items 200 through 206A, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion, those items pass, is there a motion for late to adopt late item D from the Department of Administrative Services? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion of this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The item carries. I ask for a motion to adopt agenda item 207 from the Office of the Child Advocate. So moved. Second. Any discussion of this item? Council Wheeler.
Move to table, Rule 7.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No. So the item is tabled. Okay. Is there any other business to come before the Executive Council today? Hearing none, I want to thank you all for being there. I know we had a lot of items to cover, and I appreciate the hard work. And I know that we'll be back at it in July, and we will have more work to do. So
We'll be on the road.
yes, we will be on the road, and I don't remember where we're going to be. Somebody probably knows that.
We are actually going to be at the Mansion Yard. We're going to hear about from the union leader and others going to present the Manchester past and present. And then we're going to go across the street to learn about some of the life sciences for our lunch after the meeting.
Okay, that sounds great.